It takes a couple minutes sometimes to tabulate it, but it's been a great opportunity to be able to use electronics for voting. So, yeah, moving along. Item number 4, the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'd move that Council adopt the agenda with the addition of item 8.2, the reappointment of standing committee members.
Great, thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen. Seeing no comments or questions, please vote. Apparently my vote didn't register, so I will, oh, now we're good. Now that motion is carried as well. Moving to delegation business. First on the agenda, as always, if you would like to be a delegation at a council meeting, there's a 3 p.m. opportunity as well as a 6 p.m. opportunity. Today, under the 3 p.m. opportunity, we have 2 different parties, 3 different topics, and I'm not aware of anyone else online that has indicated they are here as a delegation, but at the 3 p.m. portion, you do not need to let us know ahead of time. So first, for the people that have let us know, Ms. Charbonneau, regarding the Christmas, I'm just going to look at the proper title of it. There we go, the Grande Prairie Makeup Christmas Day. Ms. Charbonneau, if you are with us, please turn on your camera and just identify yourself for the rest of the people that are watching. Perfect. I can see you now. Maybe just unmute yourself and you'll be ready to go.
Thank you. Corrine Patterson with Big Brothers Big Sisters is also here as part of this joint delegation to speak to this.
Thank you.
Our Motorcycle Mondays committee for Veterans Memorial Gardens decided our children needed a proper Christmas, a parade, a day dedicated to them, some fun, and have it be our makeup Christmas. So we've put together an entire day that's by donation so that families, no matter what their income level, can participate in the day. We've asked to rent Macklin Field. We've spoken with Safety City, and they're going to be open for the day and want to be on board. The Army Navy is willing to have their bathrooms open and their cash machine available, and that gives us pretty much the entire block to be able to physical distance people throughout. We're going to have a show and shine, but with a twist, it's kids' choice. So go ahead, if you don't like who won the trophy for the best truck, argue with the 4-year-old that decided. So it's going to be a lot of fun because it's all geared towards the kids. We've got 2 wonderful committees coming together. We have a scavenger hunt throughout the city, find 12 elves on a shelf. The more elves you find, the more tickets you get, the more valuable the prizes that you can put your name in for the draw for. We're going to do 50-50s and all kinds of other wonderful things and just have a really great day. And then we want to cap it all off with a parade from Veterans Gardens, go over to the Grand Spirit Foundation and the Pioneer Lodge, kind of circle that block, go back up into Lakeview and then over by Keddy's, and there's a building on, forget the address now, 13066 98th, I believe it is. And it's just like 3/4 of a block in off the gravel just from Keddy's there. And that would be the end of the parade and kind of the, there'll be an adults party afterwards. It's a grand opening for Top Gear Motorcycles. So they're going to have some food trucks outside and some music, and everything will be outside again so that people can physically distance and separate, because not everybody's going to stay after the parade. We know that. But the whole day is, like I said, in support of Big Brothers Big Sisters. And our plea is for Mayor and Council to declare that July 24th will be Grande Prairie's Children's Makeup Christmas Day.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. Is there anything to add from the other delegate here from Big Brothers and Sisters? I don't see you on my screen. I apologize if you are with us.
How do I?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Patterson.
Very good with technology. Yes, we're here in support of Renee and this initiative, and we have a good group of volunteers and will help in any way that we can. Thank you guys very much for having us today.
Great. Thank you for that. Questions for the delegation? Councillor O'Toole.
Can I bring my motorbike and ride in the parade?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
It's
Thank
all
you.
it's all a vehicle parade. It's, you know, do we want floats? Not really, because floats aren't going to be all that safe. But what we would encourage would be the different organizations to, you know, on a pickup, put your banner. We don't want people throwing candy, obviously, but we want the children in the community to be able to come out and see everybody, maybe with toys on the back of their bikes, that kind of thing. This will help Big Brothers Big Sisters enormously in their fundraising towards Christmas.
Great. Thank you. I'll just pop in with a question as I don't see anyone else from council yet. I'm curious, with this parade being a vehicle parade, are you thinking that it would be a traditional marshalling of vehicles? Will you be requiring side streets to be closed? And if so, have you spoke with transportation to see the possibility, or will this just be a vehicle parade where traffic can flow in between? What are your thoughts on that?
We have put in an application to transportation, and we've also put in an application for our insurance, but as I understand it, we're like 5 days too early for that 120-day window. The moment I have that, though, transportation has already kind of said, yes, let's talk and see what we can do, and what we can figure out. We're very flexible. We just want to make sure that the kids have a blast. And that, we're kind of making sure that we're not on the main drag, so that hopefully, if there is the ability for transportation to support a bit of a roadblock situation, that we could do that.
Okay, so just to clarify, at this point, your request is simply for the proclamation for the July 24th date?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any further questions for the delegation? Okay, and I see nothing. So I know you have one more item, Ms. Charbonneau, but in regards to this item, all of our delegation business is handled later in the agenda. But I will now move on to item 5.2, Ms. Charbonneau, and that is regarding the Veterans Gardens.
So I'd like to bring you up to speed with where we're at Veterans Memorial Gardens and Interpretive Center. We've got a lot of very, very positive things going on. We're now part of International Museums Day, working with the two city museums as well as the Philip Currie. We've made great leaps and strides as far as our museum status as well. We've obtained a memorandum of understanding with the Loyal Edmonton Regiment Military Museum. We have a wonderful advisory council that has formed now, and our first meeting for that will be in June. We have councillors Thiessen and O'Toole on that advisory council in two different capacities, one for the food security side, which of course is Chris, and then on the military side is Councillor O'Toole. And we also have welcomed Marcel Arcan from Alexander First Nations into our advisory council, along with the Grande Prairie Friendship Centers. The most exciting thing we have on the horizon is that Darlene Horseman has agreed to embellish our education kits and then to translate them into Cree for us. And the Loyal Edmonton Regiment Military Museum has agreed to help us replicate the kits, so we will actually have 4 that can go out into schools and will be available in English, French, and Cree. Hopefully, we get the grant and that is allowed to happen by the end of the year. So those are some of the really positive things that are going on. Some of the not so positive stuff has been, unfortunately, especially now with the weather improving, the homeless are moving again. And because of that, our property is a little bit vulnerable. Thank goodness we really have nothing for them to steal or harm anymore. But that said, they're still doing things on the property that they should not be doing, like drugs, drinking, defecating all over the place. It's rather uncomfortable at times. But lately, we've had a couple of incidences where I went down to shoo someone out of the gazebo, because we now have video cameras everywhere on the place. And instead of calling the police and stuff, we go down and try and talk to them and tell them about the good stuff that the city's doing, and then just ask them if they wouldn't mind leaving. They're usually pretty good and usually no problems. But this last little while, someone pushed in the fence at the Army Navy, and it looks like they were squatting in there. Nice big high fence. So obviously for the few days in between when we saw it last and it was broken into, we did let the RCMP know. They went down and investigated, and Annabeth knows, but now we're going to try and work as a team and see if we can't help fix their fence. But there's got to be something that we as citizens and community members can do, because fences only work for the honest people, just like door locks only work for honest people. So it's kind of really challenging on how do we have a community facility without it being damaged, without some of these other things going on. What can we do to be more proactive about the situation? What can we do to make a difference? Like with the kids, we're finding our own ways how to engage with them, hold events, do things to get them involved. But when it comes to people that are there to do drugs, to drink, and to do other obscene things, it's a little harder to find common ground. And so that's where we're at right now, trying to find common ground somewhere that we can. I don't like coming to council with problems. I like coming to council with solutions and ideas, but I've kind of hit a wall. I've got as many security cameras out as we can. We've got our perimeter as secured as we can. And until we can get our fencing in place later on this spring after our buildings are finished, there's really nothing else we can do. And as we've learned, even with fences, that's not going to necessarily prevent stuff. In some cases, because we can only afford chain link, that could actually end up costing us more in the end run, because they're just going to break into what they want anyway. So we're trying not to have anything that's publicly visible, that if it can't be put in the storage shed, we're trying to store it off site. But we just don't know what else to do anymore. So any ideas and any help that can be offered, we're up for.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Charbonneau. I'll now open an opportunity for questions for the delegation. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, Ms. Charbonneau, good to see you here. Thanks for coming and talking to council. And I'm glad that the location is coming to a completion possibly this year. Question is, so what's your relationship with the Hillside Community Neighborhood Association?
It's a really good relationship. Right now, Crystal is still in Nova Scotia looking after a very ill father. And so things are kind of a little stalled on their side of things, but we have a good relationship with them.
Okay. This might be something that you may want to visit, is we do have neighborhood association meetings quarterly, I think it is. And that might be something that you may want to attend. So it allows you to talk to the other community members throughout the city and the different associations and see what they've got for ideas.
Okay. Do you know anything about the Citizen on Patrol program? Have they been able to get themselves enough people up and running? I haven't heard anything back from anybody.
I'm pretty sure administration is listening to this. I think they're on board. And if there's anything going on, I'm sure they'll contact you.
Okay.
If not, I'll see if I can find some information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And so also an opportunity if council had any questions for administration in regards to this topic. Otherwise, when we come to our delegation business, we can ask those questions there as well. Any further questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you again, Ms. Charbonneau, and thank you for all the work that you do in our community in regards with this project. It's truly appreciated and something that the community should really be proud of and led by yourself, so thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, moving on to our next delegation, the Masqua Medical Center. From my understanding, Ms. Side and possibly Mr. Drysdale. I see Ms. Side. Are you by yourself today?
No, Ken's here as well.
Okay, perfect. If you can just, for our records, introduce yourself, that would be great.
Good afternoon. I'm Rhonda Side. I'm with the Masqua Medical Center, Canada, Inc., and I'm joined with our chair, Ken Drysdale.
Perfect. Thank you. Welcome. And if you would like to go ahead, you have approximately about 5 minutes and then an opportunity for questions following.
All right. I'm sure many of you are aware of the Masqua Medical Center. We've been kicking around for a couple of years, probably 3. We've been to a couple of city-hosted physician appreciation events, and may well have bumped into you there. The basic plan for the Masqua Center is quick diagnosis of and treatment plans for complex medical problems. It's based on the Mayo Clinic model of care, which is a patient-centered collaborative diagnostic facility. Really, Masqua is not interested in taking on patient care, more about putting the patient together, the patient and their physician together with the right specialists to get early diagnoses, quick diagnoses, and accurate diagnoses. As I said, we've been around for a few years. Ken Drysdale brought this project to life through his own personal struggles with the medical system, or not necessarily struggles with the medical system itself, but getting where we need to go in a timely and effective manner. I think if I pointed to any one of you on council or anyone in the gallery or anyone in administration, I could say, tell me your story, your medical nightmare, and there would be a story. We all have them, every family in the piece. We're not neglected necessarily, but we have a harder row to hoe to get what we need out of a medical system. We come into the doctor's office. It took us a few weeks to get there, no matter what. It took a few weeks to get there. You can have 2 problems. You can't have 3. It's a 10-minute cycle or 8-minute, whatever it is. But you can't necessarily, your physician, your GP, your family practitioner can't always get enough information to round the square to figure out what's going on. So you come in with a few symptoms, they send you to, they make a referral to a specialist. It's 3 months, it's 6 months. You get to the specialist has a look at it, goes, I don't know why you're here, and they send you back. And it's another month before you see your GP, who goes, oh, well, that didn't work, let's try something else. And the process goes on and on and on. I think we all know it's pretty standard information, and it's widely available that the faster you have a diagnosis, the better the outcome, the less it costs the medical system, and from a northerner's perspective, the more time you can be with your family and not be separated from your family without the disruption to work, school, family. It can be it can be almost as bad as the disease itself is the strain that it puts on families. Masqua is a central gathering point for physicians to send their patients, to come with their patients to get fast and easy, central place for diagnosis. We're working with the Mayo Clinic until such a time as we will be able to develop our own trap line in Alberta with Alberta specialists. And even at that point, we may well keep them on. They are world-class, and that's where our specialists go to learn the tools of their trade. If you come in to see your physician and it's something they've never seen before, if it's something your specialist has only ever seen once, chances are there's a whole group of people, sub-specialists at the Mayo Clinic who toil away at only that thing. That's the kind of care and quick diagnosis we want for the people who live here. Today, what we've come to ask for, aside from bringing you all up to speed on what we're doing, is we've come to ask for some support for our business plan. We're presenting at the request of Minister Taves. He's asked us to provide a business plan to get us to the next place. This will be a fully AHS funded, Alberta government funded. This isn't two-tier. It's not concierge healthcare for the few who can afford it. This will be concierge healthcare for absolutely everybody who needs it. Where the general system can't help you, this is the net. This is the thing that's going to catch you when you're slipping through. So what we need today is a letter of support for this program and some financial assistance to get our business plan completed and done properly with a cost-benefit analysis so that we go to the government once with a plan and they move us along. Ken, is there anything you would like to add?
Yeah, Mayor Creighton and the rest of the council, thank you very much for having us today. We've been given kind of a once in a few decades opportunity to team up with the best in the world through virtual diagnostics, with having a local quarterback at our facility in Grande Prairie, and also teamed up with the college and their medical educational system. And we want to try and help all the people in North. It's not just for Grande Prairie or the local county and that. If a doctor in high level is having an issue with figuring out what's wrong with one of his patients, he can dial in to our facility and get some virtual assistance. If that patient has to come down to Grande Prairie to get some further testing, and then his or her practitioner gets on the call with the Mayo Clinic, so that collectively all the parties are involved to come up with the right solution and the right treatment plan. So our focus is on diagnostics and treatment, not becoming a typical clinic where it's just steady intake all day and waiting rooms full. Everyone would be scheduled and the flow would be managed and they'll be treated royally while they're at our facility. We're hoping to start out small, and then as it grows and demand grows, that we can grow with it. We hope eventually that we could be overstationed right beside our new hospital, so that any support that's required from that facility is just across the street or a pedway. We do have a bit of an agreement with the college if we can get this business plan through, and we have a real strong support of the current government right up to the Premier. So they've asked us for a fairly deep business plan on a short timeline. Ron and myself and a few other members of the community have spent a fair bit of money ourselves just flying to Phoenix and Scottsdale and out to the Mayo to meet with their people to see how we could structure this. We were told just a month ago by one of their lead directors that This is the first time they've done it in the history of the mail. They're used to dealing with big organizations, big facilities, country-driven. This is a one-off for them, and they're setting it up specifically for us. We're nonprofit. Any profit that this company does receive in the future goes back into research and education. And we really feel that in the next couple of decades or so that this facility will become renowned in Alberta for what it does for the North and for Western Canada. Thank you for your time today.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate your presentation and you being here today. I'll now open it up to Council for questions for the delegation. I see Councillor Bressy, then Councillor Friesen, and then Councillor Palat.
Great. Well, definitely thanks for coming in today to get us up to speed with what you're doing, and thanks for all the work and resources you've put into this. I can definitely understand the need for this in our community. Just two questions for you. One is, you said that there's a fair amount of urgency on this business case. Is there a specific timeline that you're working on that we'd have to meet if we were going to participate in it?
We're trying to have this in place by the middle of May, and we've hired a consulting group out of Edmonton with some background in health expertise in these type of presentations to help us. And they're going to cost around the 50 to 55,000, somewhere in there.
And sorry, is mid-May when you're hoping to have it completed, or are you hoping to start?
No, that's when we hope to have it completed. We're moving pretty fast the last couple of weeks since we got the request from government to get it in as soon as possible. Great.
Yeah,
and
then just one other question. Sorry.
Minister Taves said this is the window, from a government timeline. You've got now. So here we are we're making it so.
Great. Thank you.
We would have been speaking to you probably this time last year had not what had happened to all of us in our communities and around the world. So yeah, so COVID did delay us a year because of, as everybody knows, what was going on in the medical world. So.
Great. Then my one other question for you is, we've got the budget in front of us, but was there a specific amount you're hoping the city would contribute, and is there a similar ask going to other municipalities?
Yes, the amount that we're looking for from you is 50%. The facility is going to live in the city of Grande Prairie, though we're making the request of the county of Grande Prairie and the MD of Greenview as well for 25 and 25.
Excellent. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Bressy. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. Ms. Syed and Mr. Drysdale. There are very few things that get me as excited as something like this. I graduated from nursing GPRC in 1988, and I worked for Network Health in the early 2000s, where we took some of the pressure off the healthcare system for employer health needs. And I was the first executive director at the primary care network here in Grande Prairie. And I first heard about this a couple of years ago and have been just having the hardest time kind of keeping my mouth shut for a bit. And when this came to the public agenda today, I wanted to shout it from the rooftops, and I made sure that all of my healthcare friends knew about this. And I am just so very excited about healthcare in Grande Prairie and what this means to the needs of patients here. And, even more than that, it's not just meaningful to the patients that may be able to access the diagnostic and treatment services. It really is meaningful to our primary care physicians here as well, because they are often at wit's end about what to do. And to be able to keep our local residents home. And, there's an element of drawing from the broader region as well, which has, this is good for the city of Grande Prairie. So thank you. My question is on the sort of scalability plan. And I'm guessing that you have a first intended home for the clinic as it's in its babyhood. What what do you estimate for the timelines in terms of, you know, when you'll be, when the clinic would outgrow this first stage planning and when you may need bricks and mortar? And do you have a sense of that, or is that what Nicholas Consulting and Red Brick are all about?
That's correct, Councillor Friesen. Some of that work that we're doing currently will give us a little bit of that perception going forward. Myself personally, I think it'll really take off fast. Like once we get the right flow and the right system and the right people in the facility. We've been very careful not to get too far ahead of ourselves and get people changing their lives to come our direction until we have this approval by the government and our licensing and everything. So I really do strongly feel that it will really become something within 5 to 6 years.
Thank you. Something said
the other thing, we had lots of, you know, when we first started introducing it, we had a lot of pushback from the local general practitioners because they felt that it was something coming in to take their livelihood. All we're trying to do is help them at another level make great decisions for their patients.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. That truly is their livelihood and their clinic. But I think when the understanding is there, it will be a very different sense. And I know, you know, when I mentioned it to some people, a couple of the pushback, some of the pushback that I got was, you know, it sounds like, you know, a move toward a two-tiered system, if not private health care. And to which I got to say, you know, I'm familiar with the driving force behind MASQUA, and I have absolute confidence that that's not what this is about. And was so delighted to be able to say that. So yeah, it's an uphill battle, but I'm really hopeful that we'll have some funding for you here coming out of today's meeting. Thank you again for this, and so glad it's finally public.
Thank you, Councillor Friesen. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks, Rhonda and Ken, for coming in. Great questions from my council colleagues, so they've already been answered, so I won't waste anybody's time with more questions, but appreciate you coming in and bringing this to our attention. Looking forward to the funding conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Platt. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I was at the original, I think it was, invited guests at the Center 2000 a few years back when you presented, and actually, I thought it was going to be almost done by now, but I'm in your corner. I really, truly think that we need something like this. We see a number of people from the NWT, Northern BC, and all over Northern Alberta here. And we've got an airport. We've got everything that can make this thing function, and I'm very supportive of it. So thank you for all your hard work, Rhonda and Ken, and thanks for bringing it possibly to the city of Grande Prairie.
Thank you, Councillor.
Can I add something,
absolutely.
Mayor Clayton? The Mayo were pretty clear when Ken and his wife Sherry first started discussing the prospect of this this idea and how it would fit into Northern Alberta. They thought about airports and where it should be, and should it be in Calgary, should it be in Edmonton, somewhere more central. And the Mayo said absolutely not. Absolutely not. The people in Edmonton and Calgary are being taken care of. They have easy access to those specialists. They don't need this. Small communities, a community where people can come together. That's where it ought to be. This is the ideal spot for it.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor O'Toole. Any further questions for the delegation from Council? Seeing nothing, I thank you so much for coming today and providing this information. As mentioned earlier, our delegation business is addressed later in the meeting. You're more than welcome to continue to stay on. I just ask you to turn your cameras off. Otherwise, we will follow up with you tomorrow based on how the business arising from this comes into play at the end of the meeting. So thank you again for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Moving along under reports, item 6.1, the economic recovery. Mine's just economic recovery program in regards to the training and policy 3.318. Ms. Lee, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm also joined today by Cindy Park. Cindy is the chair of our Economic Recovery Subcommittee. And the Economic Recovery Committee is recommending that Council approve the proposed amendments to Policy 318, the Economic Recovery Program, and approve $100,000 from the Economic Recovery Capital Budget for the proposed training grant. In terms of a little bit of a background, earlier this year, the Economic Recovery Subcommittee received a request from the Downtown Association for grant funding to support a digital marketing training program similar to what was previously being offered through the Business Resiliency Task Force, which is the partnership between the Chamber, the City, and the County. The committee recognized that this was sort of symptomatic of a larger issue, just with the ongoing needs of COVID-19 and increasing needs to upskill existing employees and bring a lot of these support functions in-house. There was a greater opportunity here to provide funding to businesses to do just that. As I mentioned, the Business Resiliency Task Force previously offered the digital marketing workshop. We were only able to offer this training opportunity to 30 businesses, and we received over 100 applications total for those 30 spots spread out over the last year or so. So in response to this identified need, the Economic Recovery Subcommittee is recommending the creation of a two-tiered training model. This would support the request for marketing training opportunities for employees, but wouldn't be limited to just marketing specifically. Would be open to a variety of business needs such as HR, accounting, bookkeeping, and other sort of less hard skills in terms of supervisory training or managing difficult conversations. Some of those new business needs that businesses are really needing to lean on their employees for. So the proposed grant program would provide grant funding equal to 25% of registration costs for programs under $300 to a maximum of $2,500 per business, and then 50% of registration costs for programs, proposed grant would provide grant funding equal to 25% of registration costs for programs over $300 to a maximum of $2,500, and then 50% of registration costs for programs under $300 to a maximum of $1,250 per business. So the two tiers were designed to recognize and complement the funding that's currently available under the Canada Jobs Grant. Under this program, employers are eligible for up to 66% of training costs. So the 25% would cover programs that are also covered under the Canada Job Grant, but would help supplement that 66% and reduce the financial burden for employers. The second tier, looking specifically at programs that are $300 or less, is designed in order to fill that gap for smaller one-off programs that aren't covered under existing funding opportunities. So this the $300 number was a result of the input from the members of the advisory committee, as well as conversations with GPRC's Center for Continuing Education. They offer a number of courses that are sort of between that 5 and 10 hour in duration, and $300 is a good number to help cover the cost of some of those individual courses. I mentioned bookkeeping or supervisory skills and other things that don't necessarily fall into a more comprehensive program that would be covered under the Canada Job Grant. As I mentioned, although we have been very conscious in tying this program or mimicking or complementing the Canada Job Grant, it is not tied directly, so there is no requirement to, there is not an intended requirement to receive funding under Canada Alberta, but it is open as an opportunity for employers to leverage both funding opportunities, although they will operate completely independently. In terms of risk, as always, a granting program of this nature runs the risk of being either over or under subscribed. The committee is recommending an initial budget of $100,000. Through this funding, we would be able to support between 40 and 80 businesses through the limits as set out in the proposed policy amendments. But as always, the committee and administration will continue to work with council and bring forward recommendations as we launch any programs and are able to accurately gauge the response to the funding and ensure that we're hitting the mark and really serving the needs of the business community. With that, I am open for any questions. And as I mentioned, I have Cindy here with me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Ms. Park, did you have anything to add?
Just one thing to add, that the committee is very conscientious when it comes to using the funds that the city has allocated. We don't want to duplicate services or duplicate opportunities that is being provided by the province or the federal granting system. So what we want to do is support businesses and helping they educate educate these business owners and the opportunities that are available. So really, we don't want to replace anything. We just want to enhance and be able to provide that educational need that has actually been so critical over the last year.
Great, thank you. Questions for the delegation? I have Councillor Bressy and then Councillor Thiessen.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. One question I have is a priority in economic recovery funding we've given so far has been to get money circulating within our local economy here in the city. Was there any consideration or conversation around requiring training be taken from GPRC or other local organizations, whether they're companies or whatever? Or is it just completely open? It can go online, it can be elsewhere. Was there any conversation about that when this was being created?
Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, there was an extensive conversation around that. Ultimately, the committee, and I'll let Cindy jump in as well, but to speak on the committee's behalf, felt that we didn't want to put any unnecessary restrictions on businesses. We wanted to ensure that they were able to connect with the most effective and efficient training that was needed for their business services. We have been really pleased through the existing programs, the beautification and patio, the local marketing, downtown incentive. The vast majority of businesses that are applying are putting an emphasis on sourcing local. It's already happening naturally. Programs such as the beautification or the downtown incentives, it's a little bit more, you would expect to see more local businesses, but we really weren't sure once we launched the local marketing. But we've been really, really pleased with the response and the number of applicants that specifically put right in their application. We know we can get services from Edmonton, Calgary, or the States, but we're choosing to support Grande Prairie businesses. So we were encouraged by that, and ultimately wanted to kind of leave that decision in the hands of the businesses.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next, Councillor Thiessen, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you very much, Ms. Lee and Ms. Park for being here today to present this. Just a couple quick questions. So in the presentation and in our package, it says that recently to the Business Resiliency Task Force that we offered a similar digital marketing workshop to businesses. What was the cost for us to offer those to our local businesses?
The city contributed, oh my goodness, I believe the city contributed approximately $15,000. Apologies, I'd have to just confirm, I didn't pull them up here. But we did also receive matching funding from the County of Grande Prairie, support from the Chamber of Commerce, and then ultimately the funds were matched by Western Economic Diversification. I'd have to pull the exact numbers for you. Apologies for not having those handy.
No, that's okay. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out what's most cost efficient. So that was a fully subscribed program. It says 30 to 40 applications for each. So I would imagine that was a fully subscribed program.
Through the mayor, yes, correct, it was. Breaking down the cost, it worked out to approximately, it was $6,000 per business business. Oh, I shouldn't try to do math on the fly. I apologize. Let me know.
No, that's okay. I just I had one more question. I think I got it answered. So I take it that we're not the one hosting these workshops. That we actually have other people come in and train, and we just sort of facilitate that conversation. Do we have any limitations on what type of training people would have to require? Like, are we sending them to digital workshop programs out of, let's say, San Diego? They can still get their costs back for that.
Ms. Lee?
Or is our purpose to again facilitate this conversation, host these workshops, and give the businesses their 25%?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, no, our intent would be to receive applications directly from the business, identifying their business needs, and then allowing them to pick the program that suits their business needs. They would, upon time of application, need to submit a proof of acceptance or an enrollment, and then would receive would enter into a funding agreement with the city, identifying their deliverables, most likely a certification of or record of completion, and then would submit at the end and receive reimbursement for that. So no, we won't be hosting any of the workshops, which is a departure from the previous digital marketing workshop that was hosted by Community Futures as part of the Business Resiliency Task Force model.
Okay.
Ms. Park, you had something to add?
I just wanted to add that this was intended to serve more needs than just the digital marketing. And the reality is it could be a restaurant that may need a particular course that isn't even offered here, but they have such a high turnover that they may need the help in order to get their teams up and running. And then there's various other businesses. Sometimes it's not just the digital marketing, and that focus has primarily been on that education piece. This is giving a little bit more opportunity for people to get education that isn't specific. And that other program, although incredibly successful, is quite a bit more money, and it only supported one business in town. This kind of opens it up for education to all kinds of educational providers. And lastly, the other program that was well subscribed is not, that can be considered for the future if the partners are interested, but it wasn't part of this particular grant request.
Great, thank you for that.
Awesome, thank you, Cindy.
Thank you, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just wanted to chime in just to back up the ladies here from the Economic Development team that, there was a lot of conversation about this around the committee, and, just to a couple of questions a couple of councillors had, we really didn't want to get too prescriptive either. We wanted to safeguard the funding, but we didn't want to get too prescriptive because, we wanted to have the businesses have the ability, as Cindy mentioned, maybe it could be a pro-serve to help a restaurant. It could be helping somebody get a QuickBooks course to help them with their business. So we didn't want to get too prescriptive. We wanted to really make this business friendly to help them keep and retain staff and maybe add new staff. So that was some of the push on that. And what I was really happy with, if you can kind of see, is we're really trying to allocate funding in different streams. We've got some construction, we've had some other marketing, now we're trying to do education. So we're trying to fund different streams of this. So a lot of conversation at committee, and it was nice to have some very scholastic people writing this up. So appreciated the work done by committee.
Great, thank you for that, Councillor Plott. I had a question. I don't see anyone else moving quickly, so I'll jump in here while I can. In regards to it's a little bit onerous for the applicant now compared to the prior social media type training that you did, in the sense that they apply to us. They have to apply in two places. In regards to the criteria, is there any possibility of getting approved for one grant and not the other?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. In terms of the Canada Job Grant?
Right.
Correct. That is the intention. We encourage applicants to apply for both. However, we're not requiring it. Businesses are eligible for the 25% based on the program that they're applying for. We've designed that program criteria to align with the Canada Job Grant, but aren't connecting to it or asking for proof of requirements. So if a business chose to only apply for ours, 25% was enough of an incentive, then that would be their only application piece.
No, as that's sort of part of my question, but it's more of along the lines of, could they possibly get approved from the city for 25 and then not get approved for the Canada Jobs Grant? So they're expecting to have a, the cumulative amount, but only end up getting approved for 25%, and then are left holding, a larger bill than originally anticipated.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, that is a risk. We would encourage the applicants to confirm their approval under both programs before making any commitment. Both programs are structured as a reimbursement upon completion. So they would need to put the funding out ahead of time. So that will certainly be part of our communication. I do understand that the Canada Job Grant has really sped up their timelines. Initially, it was a 6-week turnaround time, and so that was part of the impetus for us to put this program in place, just recognizing some of the delays. But my understanding is that those timelines have been really, really tightened up, and so we should be able to match and be able to get them some answers really quickly.
Thank you. And I did hear you say that the criteria is very closely aligned. So the expectation would be that if you qualified for one, that you should qualify for the other, correct?
Correct, although we won't be committing to anything on the Canada Job Grant.
For sure. Great. Thank you for that. I apologize. My one screen is dying, so I'm just going to turn the screen off for a second, but continue on. I'll ask if there's any other councillors with questions. And I see no one. All right, so thank you, ladies. Councillor Plott.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton. No, I was just going to, as there was more questions, I was just going to make the recommendation.
Perfect.
If that's okay.
Yep, please go ahead.
So I just make the recommendation that that we approve $100,000 from the Economic Recovery Capital Budget for the training grant, and that we approve the proposed amendments to Policy 318, being the Economic Recovery Program.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Any questions, comments, or questions on the motion? Seeing no one, I will call the question. Please vote. Mine's not. I will vote in favor. That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you for that. Thank you, ladies. Appreciate your time tonight. Moving on to item 6.2, council member appointments. You will see, sorry, Ms. Karbaszewski, I don't have it in it's not showing up as an attachment. I am familiar with the document though.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. There is no document attached to this item.
It's
just a verbal.
Okay, perfect. So council is familiar with these. We've done these appointments before. As noted in the agenda, the background here is that there's been some requests from some of my council colleagues in regards to chairing positions that potentially may cause conflicts or with personal time commitments and expectations. So I've made the adjustments as noted in your package, as well as a change to an alternate position on the Grande Prairie Foundation. So the motion is, the information is there as recommended, and I would just be looking for council to make a motion on the information as noted. Councillor Bressie. Sorry, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. I would move, sorry, I don't have the document in front of me. So moved.
Perfect. So I'll just reiterate for anybody that may be watching, the motion would be for council to appoint Councillor Plott as chair of the Community Services Committee, Councillor O'Toole as chair of the Protective and Social Services Committee, and Councillor Bressie as the council member alternate to the Grand Spirit Foundation for the remainder of this council term of office. Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Sorry, Ms. Karbaczewski, I was going a little faster than you're typing. All right, mine's still not popping up. Is everybody in and I can vote? Okay, I'll vote in favor. That passes unanimously. Thank you so much for that. Moving along, committee business. Corporate Services Committee is up first. Councillor Minhas is unable to join us tonight, so I'm just going to open my document here. And I will ask if Councillor O'Toole could please take the Corporate Services Committee meeting for now.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Minhas had to leave Grande Prairie, and he phoned me last night and asked me to do this. So I move the council adopt the minutes of the Corporate Services Committee meeting held Tuesday, March 16th, 2021, as presented.
Great, thank you for that. Call the question. Sorry, I didn't see any comments or questions on that, so I will call the question. Still not. I will vote in favor. And that is carried unanimously. Moving on, Councillor O'Toole, any highlights that you wish to note?
Well, it was kind of an interesting meeting. We had an verbal update from our city, Shane is our corporate services director. And he just gave us a verbal update on the taxation department is moving swiftly to get things in place, as well as there is always every spring we dedicate a couple hours, maybe even days, to do tax sales. And at this point in time, I'm not sure if there was any that the city had, but the city always tries very hard to work with the people that owe us the money and work out some kind of process so they don't lose any property. And with that, that was my update.
Great. Thank you, Councillor O'Toole. Comments or questions for Councillor O'Toole from that meeting? Seeing none, I'll move along. 7.2, Community Services. And I'm going to ask, Councillor Bressie chaired that meeting, if I recall correctly. And Councillor Bressie, you might be frozen, so it looks like you're frozen. I'll wait a second to see if you unfreeze.
I'd blow some hot air down this.
If I could ask, would Councillor Palat mind taking that meeting?
No, so I would just make a motion that council recommend that they adopt the minutes from the Community Services Committee meeting held Tuesday, March 16, 2020.
Perfect. Thank you. That motion is in order. I'll call the question. Please vote. And for the recording secretary, I vote in favor. And I see Councillor Bressie is back. If you would like to continue, Councillor Bressie. Oh, sorry, my apologies. That motion passes unanimously. And now we can move on. Councillor Bressie.
Hey, thanks for filling in, Councillor Plott. I would move that council direct administration to amend the funding agreement between the city and Bear Creek Folk Festival to allow the festival to use the previously allocated large-scale tourism funding for the 2022 event. And just to remind council what's going on here, in 2020, when we gave funding towards Bear Creek Folk Fest, timelines are always hazy, but I believe that COVID was a thing then, and there was some doubt whether or not they'd be able to go ahead with their 2020 event. And they were really clear that they weren't asking for 2020 funding. They were asking for funding for their 5th Big Folk Festival. And then when they later had to delay that 5th annual event and not hold it in 2020, there was hope they could do it in 2021. Now they just can't do it in 2021 where COVID numbers are. There's definitely a concern with having thousands of people on that hill and international travelers, whether it's safe, but there's also a very severe financial risk to the organization in terms of if they went ahead with the event and a few weeks out, the province changes its requirement and said this event can't happen, then they would be on the hook for hundreds of thousands of dollars and would permanently kill the festival. So both from a public health and from a responsible financial management perspective, they can't do their event this year. So they're asking us to allow them to maintain their funding so that they can have their 5th annual event in 2022. And where the funding is right now is my understanding is it's largely with artist deposits. So the really great lineup that they had ready to go last summer are still performing artists that are eager to get out and perform as soon as they can. And allowing the Bear Creek Folk Fest to maintain this funding will allow them to keep those artists tied up so that when we're fully open next summer and the city more than ever needs a really great communal event, we'll know we can get some world-class performances at Borstad Hill. So with all that in mind, I really hope that council will support this motion.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Bressie. Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. I will happily support this motion. This is a thoughtful decision, and it wasn't taken lightly, I know, by the festival folk. And they do have, they've got great contracts in place, because I remember we hemmed and hawed about this a lot last year, and they have force majeure clauses in their contracts such that this funding won't be lost, even if the performers pull out of the next the 5th annual, and but most of them are hoping to still come, so that's pretty cool. So if this is no loss to the city, no additional cost to taxpayers, I'm really happy to support this today.
Seeing no one else at this time, I'm going to jump in too. I will also support this motion. I think that it's, for me personally, it's very sad. I was optimistic that this would be the first event that our community truly got to enjoy in person. But that being said, in good conscience, they made a decision that was best for the organization and keeping the residents of Grande Prairie safe without knowing, what August looks like in our city. I think that the point of not costing anything is also very valid. One great positive out of this is I think that if the next council decides to continue to support this fund at the same rate, we will get to add one more event to our calendar because of the fact that this is already paid for. So I think that's a great opportunity, and I look forward to when Bear Creek Folk Fest can come back to our city. Great lineup. I'm hopeful that the lineup 3 times is the charm, and they can keep that lineup, and look forward to when they're able to perform and when the festival is able to come to fruition again. Anyone else comments or questions on this? Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. Just to close, I'll also highlight that the Folk Fest, although they didn't do their big party last year, they did do their Unfestival, which was a really fun online event. And they're keeping it flexible because who knows what provincial restrictions will look like, but they're fully intending to do something this summer that'll highlight local talent. And so it also is, in some ways, our money's going farther because we're getting too many events plus a big event for the price of one big event.
Absolutely. All right, I see no one else jumping in, so I will call the question. Please vote. No. All right, I vote in favor. And that motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Councillor Bressie, any other highlights from your meeting?
Well, I've actually got one more piece of business.
Oh, I apologize. Yep, perfect.
I've got one big, I'm going to make it all in one motion, although by all means, if somebody wants to split it out, please feel free. But I would move the council approve the revisions to policy 210 being the Revolution Place operating mandate, approve policy 211 being the Revolution Place alcohol management, accept procedure 211-1 for information, and repeal policy 5335, being the Crystal Center alcohol management policy. Just speak this quick. This is just routine housekeeping stuff that's coming out of our regular review of bylaws and policies. I don't think that these changes are going to make any change whatsoever that's noticeable to members of the public or even our staff. This really is just modernizing policies to recognize current names of facilities, current operating, all of that. So I hope the council will support this.
Perfect. Thank you for that background, Councillor Bressie. Comments or questions on any of the motions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. I'm back. Just waiting for one more. Councillor Plott. Oh, and it's asking me to vote again, so I will. There we go. There we go, and that carries unanimously. Sending me messages through my e-scribe, but that's okay. Moving along, Councillor Bressie, any highlights?
The last thing I'll highlight is it was an interesting director's. Well, first of all, I'll highlight that the library also came and spoke to committee and got to share some of the ways that they've adapted their services over the last year. And I know that that library was a lifeline for many residents, including my son, my oldest son. And so really thankful for the work the library did this year. I'll also highlight we had an interesting, as part of his director service area update, Director Miller gave some stats coming from Perfect Mind and recreation bookings that happened over the last year. It was interesting getting some numbers, and I think that those numbers we're getting through our new booking software will really help council make well-informed, good decisions in the future. So just highlighting that investment in software seems to be good so far. It's making it easier for residents to access the services, but also I like having a better view of what's going on with our services.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Councillor Bressie. Moving along, item 7.4, the Infrastructure and Economic Development Meeting held March 16th. I apologize, I'm ahead of myself. Item 7.3, Protective and Social Services Meeting. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Can you guys hear me okay? I feel like I'm freezing up on my end. But...
We can hear you so far.
Okay, fair enough. So I'd just like to make a motion that council adopt the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting held Tuesday, March 16, 2021 as presented.
Thank you for that. Call the question. And I will vote in favor. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Out of the meeting, we did a lot of discussion around our affordable housing action plan. I want to introduce and make the recommendation. I just want to ask if I'm allowed to potentially split it out if it gets to that later on in the conversation on one of the specific items, Mayor Clayton?
Absolutely.
Okay. So with that, I will make the motion that council adopt the 2021-2022 Affordable Housing Action Plan as presented.
Okay. Comments or questions on that? Seeing none. I've just, I see Director Manuel on screen. Director Manuel, did you have anything to add on that before we vote? I apologize for not recognizing you sooner.
No, Your Worship, I'm just here to answer questions if any arise during the discussion.
Perfect, thank you for that. So call the question.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I apologize,
sorry,
Councillor Friesen.
There was a few, yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. I will recuse myself from this vote.
Thank you. Councillor Friesen declares a conflict of interest and will turn off her screen. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Can I just ask administration, I guess, a question specifically around the plan of selling the units to transferring that money to the Grand Spirits Foundation? I'm just, I guess, wanting to know if there was any thought about selling the units and actually retaining the capital to do a specific project around housing.
Director Manuel?
Certainly. So some consideration had been given to the city retaining the asset. That being said, administration recognizes that those properties presently house families that have been placed there by the Grand Spirit Foundation. And we do believe that there is financial tools or leverage that can be provided from those properties. Potentially without selling them is one track. They could be mortgaged to provide financial opportunities for other projects, or if they are sold, Grand Spirit Foundation would be the one best placed to provide alternative accommodations for those individuals that require that level of support. So with that in consideration, we believe that the people that would best be suited to make that decision would be the Grand Spirit Foundation. And a number of those homes, the funds used to acquire those homes, or the funds were either provided for by the province for affordable housing, or they were gifted to us from the province with the intent of them being used for social or affordable housing. So it just seemed reasonable that the funds, although if the city sold them, they could be used for any purpose. We believed it would be more appropriate that if the funding be allocated to social housing.
Just to follow up on that, Director Manuel, if I can, Mayor Clayton, just I guess I don't have a problem with the plan in theory. I guess my concern is that, as a council now, we're 3 years into our term. There was a previous council that really pushed on getting downtown going. And so, 6, 7 years into this whole downtown push, we're not seeing buildings go up. And my concern is this potentially $2.5, $3.5 million, depending where the market lies out when these units sold, could be specifically earmarked to do a project downtown on our Montreal's cultural site around some social and seniors housing. And so as much as I want to support Grand Spirit and transfer these assets because I know they'll do great things with them, I am a little worried that this is an opportunity for us to be able to put together a major project on that space downtown, and just something that I'm a little bit concerned about. So, I'm throwing that out, hoping maybe I'm not the only one on council with this appetite to maybe look at repurposing this money, or if there's going to be further conversations about how we get that going. But I am concerned that once we lose the ability and we sell these assets and they're gone and they're helping another cause, it hasn't really helped the economy. In fact, that we could be building new buildings, we could be helping densify downtown, and I'm not sure where else the seed money comes for that, other than us going and borrowing debt in the future, which could negatively impact us in other ways. So, just some comments from me. If nobody else on council is concerned about it, I'm not going to make a motion to lose a motion, but just something that does concern me about this process.
So, sorry, I recognize Councillor Blackburn and Councillor Thiessen. I just, for a matter of information, as this plan actually isn't in our council package, council did discuss this at committee, standing committee. I'm wondering, for just a matter of information, Director Manuel, if you don't mind giving just a high-level review of the plan, so that the public who may be watching understands the items that we're addressing. As Councillor Plott mentioned, he wants to split one item out. However, the public doesn't really necessarily know overall what we're discussing. So if you wouldn't mind just giving some background on the items, and then I will go to Councillor Blackburn and Thiessen in regards to Councillor Plott's comments. Thank you.
Okay, certainly I can do that. So the 2021-2022 Affordable Housing Action Plan is administration's attempt to provide immediate and short-term relief to the community in regard to affordable housing. And we had been working on strategies for a longer-term solution, and we will continue to work on those. But given the challenging economic times, the impacts of COVID, we saw an acute need for some assistance now. So we took a look at what funds we had available for affordable housing, both within our capital plan and in reserve. And we identified a path forward where the first action we had was a rental supplement program for a limited 2-year term, and that would be allocating the Grand Spirit Foundation $650,000 in 2021 and $650,000 in 2022 as the fastest means to aid those requiring housing assistance today. It's an established program that we're essentially just topping up funds to. Action 2 was the completion of land studies required to fully develop the city-owned Smith lands, which were purchased with the sale of a number of social housing units in years past. So that carries a value of up to $100,000, and we'll see the completion of the geotechnical, traffic impact, environmental assessments that will be required to develop the lands. Action 3 was seed funding in the amount of up to $150,000 for a continuing care project. Action 4 is the action that Councillor Palat has referred to, which is transferring the social housing units, we have 19 of them that are city titled, to the Grand Spirit Foundation. The houses are presently free of debt and managed by the Grand Spirit Foundation, but we do see it as a track forward where those properties could be leveraged to provide financial assets in order to advance further projects for Grand Spirit. And Action 5 was the consulting services offered by administration to private and non-government organizations to help them access the various pools of financing and funding available at a municipal, provincial, and federal level. And Action 6 was continued work revising our housing needs assessment and affordable housing strategies, utilizing the 2021 federal census to give us a more clear post-COVID-19 and economic downturn picture as to what our needs will be in the long term in the community. So that's a summary.
Thank you, Director Manuel. So just so that everyone's clear and I'm on the same page, right now we currently have Councillor Palat made the motion to adopt the 2021-2022 Affordable Housing Action Plan as presented, and then brought up this topic of potentially amending it based on his comments, but hasn't made an amendment. The original motion is still on the floor. I have Councillor Blackburn and then Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Every part of this action plan is meant to provide quick and either short or long-term results based on what it is that we can do today to help the cause. I recognize Councillor Palat's concern that we may be giving up something that we could leverage for ourselves at a later date, but I really am in favor of doing all of the things that we can to improve our affordable housing game at this particular point. And if leveraging the value of those assets is something that can help Grand Spirit Foundation do something productive and perhaps sooner, then I'm certainly in favor of going with all of the recommendations that have been made by administration today. Thanks.
Great, thank you for that, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just a quick question right now for Director Manuel. Of those 19 units represented in that transfer of social housing to Grand Spirit, how many people, how many individuals are housed in those units?
I can't speak to that specifically, but it's at least 2 occupants per home. They're single-family homes or duplexes.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. And the only reason why I asked that question, Mayor Clayton, is largely because, working in mental health myself, I've walked in a couple of these group homes to service my clients. Some are group homes, some are single and 2-parent or 2-people dwellings, some are family dwellings. The thing is I think if we're looking to retain these and sell these to maybe build something bigger, better, those are still up to, at a very minimum, I'd say 40 unique individuals that are going to need to be housed, and we're not going to be able to sell them all at the same time. the same line or the same track unless somebody wants to buy all those properties off of us at a discounted rate. I think this gives Grande Prairie the opportunity to leverage, mortgage dollars for those big builds. And as we move these people out, then they can determine, what they want to do with those units as people move out into more appropriate housings for them. So I think it would be short-sighted of us to try to retain these assets that initially we inherited largely for use in social housing when they could be greater leveraged to the benefit of all in our community through Grande Prairie. So I would encourage Councillor Platt maybe to bite his tongue on the amendment, and if not, then I would encourage Council to defeat the amendment. Thanks.
Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I guess all I'd like to do is amend my motion to just have item number 4 as a separate line item. If that's possible, I'd like to support the action plan other than number 4. I want to support everything else, but I do want to speak out against this one a little bit. And just to push back a little bit with my colleagues, this isn't a hill for me to die on, but finding that kind of money to be strategic about what housing we know over our 3 years of council doesn't come along. We haven't found millions of dollars to go incentivize this very strategic project for the city of Grande Prairie. This might be our opportunity. And so fair enough, if we have 40 people that are going to be displaced that we're trying to build a new home for, maybe it's not the right 40 people, or the same 40 people, sorry to say that. But I do think we need to get strategic about a housing plan. I think Grande Prairie does amazing things for our community. Is Grande Prairie's goals align with the city of Grande Prairie's housing goals? Not 100%. And this is that opportunity for us to redeploy those funds in the community. So I guess we'll be having this conversation later, probably about debt. But I think we need to be honest at some point for us to get a proper project going on the Montrose Cultural Center and downtown. We're going to have to throw some money at it. And I don't know where else it's coming from other than on debt from people to serve a social housing need, which this was serving in the past. So, Mayor Clayton, am I allowed to break that out as support the action plan because I do want to support it other than this specific item?
So I will turn to Ms. Karbaschewski. Right now, it's a plan as whole. I guess the request is divide it into separate items, or what would you suggest?
And that's why I guess my question, because it is a plan overall. I don't know if we can piecemeal it like that. So,
thank you, Mayor Clayton. The motion that Councillor Platt originally introduced to the Assembly was that Council adopt the 2021-2022 Affordable Housing Action Plan as presented. And it is my understanding that Councillor Platt would like to amend it to say with the exception of Action Plan Item 4. And it's in motion at the consent of this Assembly.
Right. Thank you for that. Councillor Bressy. Yes,
I'll just speak it close.
Thank you. Councillor Councillor Bressy.
Yeah, just procedurally, I just don't know how we argue against the amendment if it's Councillor Platt's, but if Councillor Platt would like, I'd be willing to be the mover of that amendment so that we can just talk about that amendment. Like, I think it might be cleaner if somebody else moves it, if that's right with Councillor Platt.
That's fine. So that we'll have Councillor Platt making the main motion. Councillor Bressy currently has the amendment. I have Councillor O'Toole in the queue as well, but did you have something specific in your amendment, Councillor Bressy?
Yeah, and just to speak to it, I'm happy to make the amendment. I do think that this is certainly worthy of debate and voting on separately, I think. So that's largely why I'm happy to make the amendment. But I'm also really considering this. For me, it would be really easy if there was a project that Grande Prairie was saying, here's the project we want to move forward, and we need these buildings so that we can leverage them to get this project forward. I think that'd be really easy for me to support. We saw that with CMHA earlier in the term. That was easy to support. Here, I just don't know if there's. I don't know how comfortable I am transferring these in the hopes that they get leverage. So definitely listen to the conversation, but I'm uneasy about this no matter where I go on this vote.
So just before I get to you, Director Emanuel, Councillor O'Toole's been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Councillor O'Toole. Sorry, Councillor O'Toole, I think you're muted. No. Okay. I'll come back around to you, Councillor O'Toole, because it doesn't show you're muted, but we can't hear you. I have Director Manuel and then Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, through the chair. I believe it's important to note that the action plan does specify the transfer of the assets with conditions. And those conditions, off the top of my head, where we were considering the project has to be based in the city of Grande Prairie, because Grand Spirit Foundation serves a larger population than just the city of Grande Prairie. And there certainly is the ability to have the touch point where these funds are allocated to Grand Spirit Foundation, but council would like a circle back from Grand Spirit Foundation as to what specific projects the funds would be proposed to be applied to. Yeah, I think there's a lot of room that still exists here. It's more or less within the action plan, the intent that Grand Spirit could rely on the possibility of those funds coming to them, as opposed to them just remaining out of play.
Great, thank you for that. Councillor Blackburn.
I see that Councillor O'Toole may be back in line if you would like to go first.
Thank you for that.
No, you go ahead.
Councillor Blackburn.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackburn,
go ahead.
go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I'm not going to support the amendment. I recognize that maybe there is not a plan in place right now coming from Grand Spirit Foundation. However, I know that from the time that I was on that board to the current time, is the way I believe it is they would jump on this opportunity to make good use of the ability to mortgage or in some other way leverage those assets so that a project could come to fruition. So I would like to give them that opportunity. And I know that we could debate the proposal as a separate item if necessary, but I'd really rather just approve the plan as it was proposed to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. No, I'm in favor of the original plan as presented. I'm not in favor of splitting it and deleting that area. I truly believe that the amount that we're going to give them will definitely benefit the city. How that happens, I don't know. When it happens, I don't know. But I would like to have the ball in their court so they can go ahead and start planning, because there's been a while where there's been a lot of uncertainty, and this will eliminate some of that for the Grand Spirit Foundation. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Seeing no one further, Councillor Palat, I'm assuming this is to close? Or did you have a question?
No, I just had a question, I guess, for Director Manuel.
Okay.
This wasn't my motion to close, so I guess.
Right, you're right. Apologies.
And I want to thank Director Manuel for bringing this plan. I think it's a good plan. This council has talked a lot about strategies around this, and I appreciated that he brought us having something that we could put something in place. And I think it's a very good plan. I do want to ask about this one line item, though, again, a little bit more. And just so if we didn't approve this today, and I'm not saying I don't want to approve this in principle forever, I do want to bring up this. This was in our packages a week ago to transfer a whole bunch of assets from the city of Grande Prairie. So we've had 1 week as a council to make a decision on a fairly large line item on assets. And I guess for me, as the guy that always wants to push forward as quick as possible on moving things with government, this is even really quick for me to be transferring potentially millions of dollars of assets. So I'm uneasy for that reason as well. But I do want to ask, if for some reason, if this didn't pass today, and this was a conversation again that came in 4 weeks, is this going to hurt or hinder in any way Grand Spirit Foundation?
Director Manuel?
So I do know that the Grand Spirit Foundation has a requirement to submit an annual plan to the provincial government. and the deadline for that annual plan is fast approaching. Now, that being said, Grand Spirit Foundation was not banking on this transfer of assets. It had not been a request they had previously made, although there has been discussions as to what that would look like. I do believe that they have projects that they would be prepared to advance quickly. I don't think this is something completely unforeseen by them, and I suspect there's also, as part of the provincial affordable housing review, there is a big question mark remaining about all the provincial homes that are owned in the city, and I believe Grand Spirit Foundation is potentially considering a similar ask to the province to transfer the assets they own, or the province owns, over to the Grand Spirit Foundation as well. So as far as administration is concerned, in the city of Grande Prairie, a delay is just a delay. It's not going to result in any significant impact. I think that Grand Spirit Foundation on their side, if they knew they had some surety on this, would likely try to build it into their business plan they have to submit to the province this coming spring.
Okay. And if I can, just one other process question on that. So we could put more layers within the action plan as far as what we expect. Is that, I guess what I'm wondering is, where's the touch point on council? So we approve this today and more layers are added in. Does this come back to us? And how does that, if it does come back to us, do we actually have any say on the touch point, or is it more just for information at that point?
Director Manuel?
So this, because we're talking about the number of assets that we're talking about, I suggest this is probably a fairly significant legislative process for us, or maybe not legislative, but obviously the transfer of titles and all those sorts of things. So it is going to have to come back at some point. I don't have the specific details of that at the moment, though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Manuel, I had a question. Just clarify for me. So with the transfer title, the hope is for Grand Spirit Foundation to be able to use that asset in turn to borrow against the asset and potentially fund other housing projects. With the amendment as presented, the intent of the sale of these properties could still be used for a housing project with, in other opportunities. In your opinion, would Grand Spirit be able to bring a different project to fruition by borrowing against the asset quicker than the city taking the revenue from the sale to be able to put it to fruition to a housing project? Which one do you see being quicker and therefore having impact sooner in our community?
So I've considered that question. I 100% believe that Grand Spirit Foundation will be faster at getting a project forward than the city of Grande Prairie will be. And if they are to, the other advantage is Grand Spirit will be utilizing their debt capacity if they were to purchase a building or do any of those sorts of things, whereas the city has more limitations in that regard.
Great, thank you. Anything further? If not, I'll go to Councillor Bressie to close.
Thank you. Just before I close, I've got one more question for Director Manuel. I know that there'd be some conditions on the sale about, you mentioned housing here within the city, but would their continuing care project be eligible for proceeds from these houses?
Director Manuel?
So I would say it could be. Yes, probably not the continuing care component of a project, but I know there's discussion in regard to P3s, and on the P3, there would likely be an affordable or social housing component to it. So I would suggest that aspect of it, yes.
Right. So, but, and just what my concern is when it comes to continuing care, I'm supportive of us providing, I'm uneasy about the city participating in continuing care. I'm okay providing a bit of seed funding so they can make a provincial ask. But continuing care is a provincial, not a municipal responsibility. And I would not be supportive of millions of dollars from these assets going towards continuing care. So is that a risk if we transfer this to Grand Spirit without any further direction? Is there a risk that it would be eaten up by a provincial jurisdiction project?
Director Manuel?
Yeah, for continuing care rooms themselves, I don't think there's any risk of that, no. That being said, I think I should reiterate here, the action plan is really principles that you guys are approving today. There's gonna have to be further, you know, some of the plan itself, like directing administration to work with the private sector, that's direction. There will be components that are going to require us to return after we've done that kind of legal consult on, you know, having our legal representation, review the contracts and see what that looks like. So there is more dialogue to have here. It's really more principles that we're voting on today.
Great. Thank you. And I'm okay without closing, Councillor Clayton.
Sorry, now that you've had a question, I see another question has come up. Councillor Plot.
Thanks, okay. I guess I appreciate the comment that Director Manuel made, but I'm a little concerned with that because I would think if we adopt this action plan, we're kind of endorsing the Grande Prairie, they're going to get these assets. And so I don't know how council ever changes anything after this point. Like, I think this is our conversation to have about this action plan. Once we support it, we might have touch points, but I don't get a sense that we're going to have any decisions to say, actually put the brakes on that decision. We want to switch gears. And that's my fear with this 100% all along. So I'll kind of make that my close and hope that a few of you can kind of see that this doesn't need to be rushed. I'm not saying that this shouldn't happen. I do think we should be having more conversations about a $3 million debenture and whether it's the best use of the city's money is all. That's what I'm really hoping today. Hope that we just pause this for just a short period of time is all.
Thank you. Director Manuel.
I think I'll just leave it.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions? If not, I'll go to Councillor Bressie to close.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I stand behind this amendment. I really am open to the idea, but I do think that I don't think that enough certainty about where this would get used, enough conversation has been behind it. So I would encourage council to support this amendment.
Thank you for that. I will call the question. A minute to make sure my e-scribe is ready. So currently we are voting on the amendment. And I see we've lost Councillor Bressie and Plot. Okay, Plot's back. Here. Okay. Councillor Blackburn's off the screen, but I have Plot back. So I will vote in support of the amendment. So the amendment is successful, right? I can't read that screen. Sorry, the amendment is defeated. All right, so the amendment is defeated, so we will go on to the original motion from Councillor Plot as presented to adopt the 2021-22 Affordable Housing Action Plan as presented. We're on the original motions. Comments or questions? Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, definitely easy to support. This is a priority for council. I think that there is a lot of thoughtful action in here, and I'm glad that we're putting some money behind our mouths when we talk about affordable housing. We know from our needs assessment, though, that there's about 2,500 households in need in our city, and I think there's a lot more work to go. So I'm looking forward to when the needs assessment and strategy, the revised versions are brought forward. I hope the council will be ready to make some big moves on those at that time. Also, something I do want to highlight is I really am disappointed that a lot of this money is going up to make up for a gap in provincial funding. They've cut the rent supplement program by 25%, and we're investing $1.3 million just to make that up. And that's too bad. That's money that we've worked hard to set aside to make progress on affordable housing in the community and have less households in core housing needs. And kind of the hope is that in 2 years, we won't have to make up for that anymore because the federal government will have some funding in place. However, that's funding that the federal government is working hard to make progress on affordable housing as well. And so it's the municipalities and the federal government are doing their part to actually start making headway in our communities. And instead, our hard work is going to just treading water to make up for slashing by the provincial government. And I think that getting people in housing, it's the right thing to do. And I also think that it's actually the most efficient way to use taxpayer dollars. It gets really expensive really quickly if we've got people living in poverty or people that end up living on the streets. So it's unfortunate that we're treading water to make up for the province rather than making progress with the $1.3 million we're putting into rent supplement programs. That being said, it's the right thing to do, so I do support this.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bressy. Councillor O'Toole.
I'd just like to say, well said, Mr. Bressy. That's good comments. I appreciate them. I know that Director Manuel has been working very hard since he got into this role, and every year I see improvements. There's no more Band-Aids. This is going to be stitches now, and we're going to be able to really, truly support them in a manner that's going to be long-lasting. Sorry. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call the motion on the original motion. Call the question. Please vote. Councillor Plott has voted now. All right, Councillor Plott, your vote isn't registering. How do you vote?
In support.
Okay. And that carries unanimously. Thank you for that. Okay, now we are on meeting highlights. Councillor, no, I apologize, I'm getting back to the right one. Councillor Plott, any meeting highlights you wish to highlight?
You bet, Mayor Clayton. Our Director of Service report, Director Manuel, had some good information. Administration is about finalizing a formal agreement between the city and the county to manage and operate the regional animal care facility. Also, the company towing contract for the city with the RCMP is closing soon, and the RFP is actually going out, it looks like, this week. We also had the RCMP's annual performance plan meeting with community stakeholders is scheduled for Zoom via tomorrow, actually. So just other than that, we discussed at great detail, I guess, the action plan. That was most of the conversation on our committee that day.
Great, thank you for that, Councillor Plott. And just if you didn't notice, Councillor Friesen is back with us now. Moving along, item 7.4, the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting. Councillor Bressy.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council approve the minutes of the March 16th, 2021 Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee as presented.
Great, thank you for that. Seeing no comments or questions, I'll call the question. Please vote. My vote did not pop up. I vote in favor. And that is carried unanimously. Any highlights, Councillor Bressy?
Yeah, thank you. A few things from our Director Service Area update I'll highlight is we did talk about some capital projects in terms of residents will be happy to know that pothole repair is well underway. We also heard some updates on some tenders that went out. As council's well aware, this is a record-breaking capital project year for us. And so a lot of work is being undertaken to make sure all those projects go well. Along with those, council received its regular every 2-week update on the downtown rehabilitation project. And not much to report coming out of the update that happened last committee meeting, but I just think it is worth highlighting the community that we are getting updates and having a chance to ask questions every 2 weeks. It very much is something in council's mind to make sure that this project goes well and goes smoothly and has a good result for our residents while minimizing the impact to our downtown businesses. We also heard from Director Glavin that the Bike Skill Park, the contractor has been retained, and committee should be hearing some more information about it next week, which I'm sure will be a great conversation. Then the last thing I'll highlight is coming out of some conversations we've had with Build, talking about how do we support a struggling construction industry right now. There was direction given to administration to come forward with potential residential infill incentive programs, and potential industrial attraction incentive program. And so I'm looking forward to those committee conversations when they come to us in the next couple months.
Great. Thank you for that, Councillor Bressie. Nothing further under committee business. We'll move on to item 8, correspondence. In your package there, 8.1 is a letter from the Grande Prairie Hospital Foundation recognizing and thanking us for our support of the 32nd Annual Festival of Trees. It's noted there that our gift in kind support was valued at $6,000. And I know that Festival of Trees Committee did a lot of great work to make that event, that annual event, virtual, partially in person, and just wanted to let council know that our support was appreciated. Moving on to delegation business, item 9.1, Ms. Charbonneau, Christmas in July. Any business arising from that delegation? Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Just a question for administration that I think will be relevant in the evening too. It was a kind of unusual request in terms of, I think proclamations usually go to the mayor's office, or I'm not sure how that decision is usually made, because usually council finds out about proclamations when the decision's been made to make them. So how does a decision like this get made, and how would administration recommend we move forward with this?
I see CAO Galante on the screen. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I would recommend to continue the practice of proclamations going directly to Mayor's office to, streamline this process. Normally, if there is something that the Mayor feels relevant to share with Council, you can do that as part of your roundtable. Thank you.
So maybe a motion I'll try, if I may, Mayor Clayton, is that council refer this matter to the Mayor. And just the intention of that is, I'm personally supportive of it, but I think it is good practice. I think that is a fair thing for the mayor's office to retain. I think the mayor usually is one of 9 votes, or one of 8 votes in our case. I think it is appropriate, though, to have a few things when it comes to leadership of the community that the mayor does touch a little bit more than us. So for me, I'm actually as much as I support this, I think that should be a mayor decision, not a council decision personally. So that's why my motion is not to do anything ourselves, but to ask the mayor to take a look at it.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Any comments or questions on that motion? I'll just say one thing. I appreciate that. I think the practice has gone well in the past. I also appreciate Ms. Charbonneau coming tonight. It's a great opportunity to talk about the event that they're planning and let the community know what they're hoping to do this summer. So I'll look now to my fellow colleagues to see if there's any comments or questions on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Please vote. My voting is not prompting, so I'll vote in favor. And that passes unanimously. Next, under delegation business, we had Ms. Charbonneau in regards to a presentation on the VETS project in Hillside. I don't know if there's any business arising from this or any further discussion required on this. I'll look to my colleagues. If not, Councillor O'Toole and then Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, I think the information that we gave her during her presentation, I think she's going to work with that. So I don't think we necessarily need to make a motion. She's going to talk to the neighborhood association and she'll talk to administration. So I'll make sure she does.
Thank you, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'm not entirely certain, but I don't know if the issue that Ms. Charbonneau brought up on community safety in and around the Veterans Garden and Hillside area was addressed, but I'm open to correction. I was going to make a motion, though, to refer the matter of community safety around homelessness in the Hillside area to the appropriate standing committee for discussion.
Okay. Comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. My vote isn't prompting. I vote in favor of that. And that passes unanimously. I will just double check with the recording secretary. Is there any other motions required from that delegation now that that's been addressed? Perfect. Thank you for that. All right, moving on to 9.3, the Masqua Medical Center. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much. I think I saw Councillor Friesen's hand go up to make the motion here. I just had a question for administration in regards to the funding request, the $50,000 being requested of the city. If council were to approve that, is there a source of funding that's appropriate that we could take from that?
Director Burke?
Or for that, I guess.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The first source, I always encourage council to look at budgeted line items for projects like this. One that you might consider is the stimulus funding that we take recommendations from the Economic Development Advisory Committee on. They currently have $350,000 unallocated. So I would encourage you to consider referring this to them for a recommendation for funding out of that pool. One thing to mitigate might be to request that they have a special meeting to expedite the timeline to give council a recommendation before you consider it, though.
Okay, thanks for that, Director Burke. I'll wait to see what other discussion comes up. I'm really excited about this, and I don't want to slow it down, and at the same time, I don't want to take out of places we shouldn't be.
Councillor Friesen, sorry, did I see your hand go up?
You did, Mayor Clayton. I actually am ready with the motion. Okay, I actually have a two-part motion. I'd like to move that council direct the mayor to write a letter in support of the development of a Mayo Clinic model of patient-centered diagnostics. And I think these are safe enough to make together, and that council refer to a special meeting of the Economic Development Advisory Committee, the consideration of funding $50,000 to support the business planning needs of Masqua Medical Center Canada, Inc., for the development of a Mayo Clinic model of patient-centered diagnostics.
Thank you. That motion's in order. I did have a question for Director Glavin or Councillor Plott, as he is the chair. I'm just worried about the timing as identified from our delegation. When is your next meeting, Councillor Plott?
I was just looking at my calendar, and I was actually going to ask for protocol on that. Thinking hypothetically, I think this is a great use of funds from that recovery committee. I think that would get supported. My fear would be, what if it didn't? And I'm not sure what process is on that. We've stripped money out of that account one other time without even going through committee. I'm just wondering if administration can give me does it need to go through committee, or can council just allocate money from that committee?
So, Director Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Ultimately, these are council's funds that have been allocated to that. If this council chose to reallocate them to somewhere else, it's within this council authority to do so.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So maybe Director Glavin, while I have you, do you happen to know the date of the next meeting, or Councillor Friesen, did you have any other changes to your motion? Would you prefer just to go to that committee? What's your intent?
I did, in the motion to allow for expedited timing, I did refer to a special meeting up.
Oh, apologies. Thank you for that. Perfect. Councillor Plott, and then Councillor Blackburn.
I just looked, our next scheduled meeting is April 8th, but I do want to remind everybody on council, as much as we want to expedite, a lot of these are volunteers, and so we still would need to make quorum. So if we want to expedite that before the April 8th, we may not get quorum. We may, but we may not get quorum either there, because it is volunteers that are showing up on this committee. So,
well, and if I recall,
I'm pretty confident we get quorum because it's a very engaged group. It is just something that April 8th would be our next date that we could definitely make a motion from.
Great, thank you, Councillor Plott. And if I recall, they just needed the response, shortly, as May was sort of a looming timeline. Councillor Blackburn, and then Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you. This is a question, and I'm not sure who can answer it, but in the presentation, I got the impression that the urgency was to get the letter of support. And I'm not sure whether the same urgency applies to the request for funding. Can anybody recall the context?
I can, but I see Councillor Thiessen and then Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. I believe it was to have the business plan set and operational for May. So that's a fairly tight timeline, especially with an April 8th. In speaking to this, what I was going to say is a lot of the people that sit on our EDAC right now are people that were in the room when Muskwa Clinic came by the Center 2000 in the meeting that Councillor O'Toole alluded to earlier. This happened either the year we got elected or the year before we got elected, and we were all there to see the big presentation. I think an opportunity to get faster diagnostics for our general population to work in conjunction with Alberta Health Services is not only a dream of Councillor Eunice Friesen, it's probably a dream of many people in Grande Prairie who have ever been seeking out a diagnosis for a medical condition that they are not aware exists, or even, well, that needs a definition for them so that they can get the appropriate treatment. I think this is a big one, and I know medical tourism got thrown out there for vaccines earlier in this discussion, but at the same time, we're probably going to see that level of medical tourism as well. I don't want to say that health should be an economic driver, but if we have all the tools and all the infrastructure in place where people can get their diagnosis, Grande Prairie will be a destination for people. So I'm fairly certain that the members of the EDAC subcommittee who make those funding decisions that they recommend to the EDAC to recommend to council, I think they would make the time for this. I think it might even be a unanimous yes. Yeah, I'm in full support of this. And even if we can't get the funds out of this, I think we should find a way within our existing city budget, whether that's tapping into a reserve or something to get.
Great, thank you for that. Councillor Bressie.
Especially if this looks like it's going to be delayed.
Oh, sorry, you delayed there. Councillor Bressie and then Councillor Palat.
Yeah, just my sense is that council is going to end up is pretty dedicated to giving this $50,000 no matter what the Economic Development Committee says, and we really are just thinking about sources of funding. But we're going to fund this no matter what. Is the sense I've got is certainly what my appetite is. So just given the tight timelines, this isn't usually how I'd want to go about it, but I wonder if it might be more appropriate to commit the funds tonight and then ask administration to come forward with the appropriate funding source after. If we're going to be given the funds no matter what, we figure out there's no sense delaying this. Them knowing we're going to give them the funds for a week or two, because we need to figure out how we're paying for it.
Thank you, Councillor Bressie. Yes, I appreciate that and think that that's a great intent. As noted in Councillor Friesen's motion, it may very well end up being from that funding source, but I think, as time is mentioned, is of an essence. That would possibly be the best direction. So I guess, Councillor Bressie, then are you looking to amend Councillor Friesen's motion?
Well, I guess I'd look at Councillor Friesen if an amendment would still meet the intent of her, or if she'd be accepting of an amendment.
Councillor Friesen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So this did not come out of my own head. This was the recommended process of administration, and I do think that to respond to this, I strongly feel that the economic development is where this should well come from, and I would like to give that committee the opportunity to put their considerable clout behind it. And I think it's, to Councillor Thiesen's comment that health should not be a driver. No, certainly not. But I've said time and again, I think that we are underestimating the economy, the economic boon with an N, not a boom, that the opening of the new hospital is going to bring. And I think that if whatever we can do to understand that as a potential economic breath of fresh air for our community, I think we do well to do. And so I really feel that this should go to Economic Development Committee. Could we find another funding source? Sure we could, but this to me is the right way to do this, because what are we going to experience out of it? I mean, healthcare is not our responsibility. That is a provincial responsibility. But here is where we have an opportunity to make a completely unique, phenomenal clinic happen in our community, and we will see economic value out of that. That is where the value to us lays, is in the economic value to our community, and that's why I think this is the direction to go.
Yeah, and sorry, Councillor Clayton, I don't think with that in mind, I don't think I'm comfortable moving an amendment myself, because I don't think it matches the intent. It would any amendment I'd make, I don't think would match the intent of Councillor Parise's motion, so I don't think I'm comfortable making one at this time.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I was actually going to echo Councillor Bressy's words. I appreciate your desire, Councillor Parise, to have this go through the right process. The thing that's ringing in my head is I have no doubt the Economic Subcommittee is going to probably meet next week. They'll make a recommendation. It'll come to Council in 2 weeks. And when they're saying May, I don't know why we'd want to wait 2 weeks on just saying, yay, let's fund this, let's move forward today. This is a great news story for a community that could hit the newspaper tomorrow that is funding this and wants to move forward. I don't know why we'd want to delay it on the funding source. The funding source is going to be there. I fully support that Economic Development Committee will probably endorse this. I just don't know why we'd want to wait 2 weeks. So I guess on that, then, sadly, I would have to not support your motion, because I would rather see us fund this tonight. It's very clear that the appetite from council is there to just get this moving, and it's a perceived roadblock, but I'd just rather get that news out there tomorrow, and I'd rather get them going on the ground running and get that reporting ready for May 1st or whenever they needed it, and just would rather not create any delays. So unfortunately, I don't want to support the motion, even though I really want to support this happening. I just would rather just support the funding, and then we'll figure out from administration where it's coming from, which 99.9% will probably come from Economic Development Recovery Fund anyways.
Thank you for that. Any further comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Bressy.
Thank you. Could I just request to get this motion split so we can vote on the letter and then figure out the funding after?
Absolutely. So the first part of the motion will be council directing the mayor to write a letter of support. Comments or questions on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. No worries. We are just getting our eScribe up to speed here. So the first part would be direct the mayor to write a letter in support of the development of a Mayo Clinic model of patient-centered diagnostics. Please vote. And that is carried unanimously. Now the second part of the motion, I'm just going to wait for it to pop up here. Okay. The second part of the motion being council refer to a special meeting of the Economic Development Committee for the consideration of funding $50,000 to support the business plan needs of Masqua Medical Center Canada Inc. for the development of a Mayo Clinic model of patient-centered diagnostics. Comments or questions on that? Councillor O'Toole.
I'm totally in support of giving them the $50,000, but I'd like to be able to, at this meeting, just give it to them. We'll work out the deals later, details. So I'm going to vote against this motion, and hopefully we can have another motion after.
So thank you for that. It's perfect timing, Director Burke. I had a question for you. If council wishes to fund this from Economic Development Committee funds, I think it was mentioned that these are funds that are at council's discretion. Would that be appropriate to keep that funding source, but being a council direction?
So as Director Glavin mentioned, it is at council's ultimate authority to make this decision. I would just add that it was council's directive to seek the committee's recommendations on funding or use of this funding. That would be a council measure. You could choose to waive that to just make the decision here this evening. I would say that administration would prefer that we don't leave it as unresolved, work out the details later, that we have some clear direction for funding this evening if there's a decision made.
If I may, Director Burke, is there a possible other funding source being council's strategic priorities or initiatives fund, rather?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. At this time, council has allocated all of the money in council's strategic fund.
Okay, thank you for that.
No.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Comments or questions for the motion as is? Councillor Bressie and then Councillor Blackburn.
Yeah, maybe could Councillor Blackburn go while I go talk to my children for a second?
Yes, absolutely. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. I really would not like to see us defeat this motion and rewrite it. So I am going to propose an amendment, and I will look to legislative services to write it out correctly. But I would like to suggest that we allocate the funds as a council today, rather than referring it to the Economic Development Committee.
Supportive of that.
Councillor Bressie, are you prepared now? Did you lock? Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, so I don't think I can support this amendment. My issue is I really want to give the money. I really do want to allocate the money today, but I don't think it's right just to take money away from this funding source without giving the committee a chance to have a say. And even though I expect that they will say yes to this, we've worked really hard to empower our boards and committees. And the issue we used to have is we used to have a whole bunch of boards and committees that we didn't listen to, and it wasn't a good thing. And frankly, we had that on the economic development side, if I'm remembering correctly. And for me, it's just not, if we want to respect all of our boards and committees, not just this one, this is an appropriate action to me to just unilaterally take this money just because there's some urgency. So I do think that if I'd have an appetite to find another funding source, and maybe we even, maybe one potential is we table this till this evening, and maybe if we give this an hour or two, maybe there is something else we can find. I don't know, just an idea. But if this is the funding source we're going to drop from, economic recovery funding, I really strongly believe the committee should have the right to weigh in, and because they might surprise us with what they say. Sorry, with loud kids, it's always hard to focus. Yeah, I'll leave it at. Yeah, so I would encourage council not to just take this money from this funding source without referring to committee first. But I also would encourage Mayor Clayton to, if we do pass this motion, I'd encourage Mayor Clayton to call a special council meeting as soon as practical after that special meeting happens, so we don't have to wait 2 weeks to do this.
Thank you, Councillor Bressie. I appreciate that. As Councillor Plott mentioned, the next meeting of the Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting is April 8th. In my opinion, it might be easier for the advisory committee to call a special meeting so that we could get this decision back in time for April 5th council meeting. It's the advisory committee, as mentioned, has a lot of members in order to make quorum. In my opinion, they could call a special meeting prior to April 8th, have this discussion only, and then get direction back to council for the April 5th meeting. So at that time, if there was something at the EDAC committee meeting that didn't recommend funding this, at that time, council could pick another direction on April 5th for a funding source. So I will support the motion as is, and I will ask Councillor Plott and Councillor Thiessen to work with administration to get a special meeting of a sooner than April 8th meeting, and actually sooner than April 2nd. So basically you have about 8 days to get your committee together and discuss this one item. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. As politicians are always multitasking, but so I've been texting back and forth with Rebecca Lee. She's very confident that we would be able to get a subcommittee, and that's actually where it would come from, as a subcommittee together, maybe as early as this week. But to Councillor Bressy's comment, would it be possible to call a special meeting as soon as possible? So we, realistically, it's Monday. We might have a special committee meeting in 2 days. This group's pretty active, pretty engaged. We might be able to make this decision by the end of the week. So I'm just wondering if that is an option for us to do it, because I think Councillor Bressy raised a good point. Rather than waiting until April 5th, then if we can expedite this, let's expedite it.
All right, perfect. So I'll get to you 1 second, Councillor Thiessen. As indicated, the EDAC committee will be able to get together sooner than later. And at that time, following this motion, there may be a motion to get a special council meeting called in order to deal with this as soon as possible. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Uh-oh, 1 sec here. Sorry, people calling in. Correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Blackburn, but your motion didn't specify any group or subcommittee or area that we would be getting the money from. That we would
sorry, Councillor Thiessen. The motion on the floor is referred to a special meeting of the Economic Development Committee for consideration of this funding, and it's from Councillor Friesen.
Yeah, but
the amendment. Sorry, Councillor Blackburn's amendment. Apologies. Yep.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Clive.
Go ahead, Councillor Blackburn.
Thanks. Thank you. Given the discussion that has come along since I made my motion to amend, I'm satisfied that we can deal with this in good order with the kind of speed that's required. And so, with the chair's permission, I would withdraw my motion to amend.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Sorry, Councillor Thiessen.
That's why we ask questions. Nope, I'm good.
All right. So we are at the original second part of this motion, which, if so everyone's clear, is council to refer a special meeting the Economic Development Committee for consideration of funding $50,000 to support the business planning needs of Mascot Medical Centre Canada Inc. for the development of a Mayo Clinic model of patient-centered diagnostics. Seeing no further comments or questions, Councillor Friesen to close.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you. It sounds like most of my colleagues have come to this. I really appreciate Councillor Plott that you on the back end sorted out that this would be doable. I strongly believe that this is where this funding belongs to come from, because it really is, as I said, it's a unique health opportunity for our region. And particularly for our city, but the value to us is in the economic benefit that we'll see from it. And I think I will leave it at that. And I do appreciate that council has come full circle to realizing the importance of the committee that we have put together, the Economic Development Committee, and that this belongs really in their recommendation. I'm hopeful that they will recommend we proceed with it, but it's theirs to be made. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that close. I will call the question. Okay. Mine is not queuing, so I will vote in favor. And that is passed unanimously. Thank you for that. That concludes all of our delegation business from this portion of the meeting. There was no notices of motion, so we will be recessed until 6 p.m. Thank you. Everybody ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Good evening and welcome to the second evening portion of our council meeting for March 22nd. Under delegations for tonight, we were notified of a Mr. Stokey who was interested in speaking to council. If you're with us, Mr. Stokey, please turn your camera on. Introduce yourself for those who are watching, and we have your paperwork, but please feel free. You'll have about 5 minutes and then an opportunity for questions. Thank you. Oh, I think you're muted. Still can't hear you. Just give us 1 more minute. I don't know if it's on our end or your end.
I'm unmuted on.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. Now we can hear you. It's just very quiet.
Okay, sorry. Let me just.
I can't hear at all.
Is that better?
Just, could you go, are you able to go even a little bit louder?
Just one. Can you hear me okay?
That is better. Can everybody hear that? Councillor Friesen.
Can you speak into the computer?
Is that any better, guys?
That's better.
There you
now
go.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry, probably just about knocked you over there. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. So if you could just introduce yourself and then feel free to go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton and Council for this opportunity. My name is Derek Stokey. I am a born and raised Grande Prairie boy living in the county right now. And of the 50 years on this planet, 25 have been in Grande Prairie and 25 have been in the county of Grande Prairie. So definitely supporting anything and everything around this area and in the Peace Country. So, really appreciate all the work that Council has done over the years, taking care of us residents and our city streets and everything. So today I'm here looking for a motion to declare April 7th as Green Shirt Day in the city of Grande Prairie, and hopefully be able to utilize Grande Prairie's social media touch and reach to all Peace Country area and get this out there. Organ donation is very important. It's something that I've grabbed onto here, and as a personal goal, I really feel strongly about it, and I hope that it's something that you guys will look at. So green is the symbolic color of international organ donation, and then just happens to be one of the colors of the Humboldt Broncos jerseys, the green and gold. Where Green Shirt Day came from, unfortunately, was a tragic accident that we all know and have all heard of, and that's the Humboldt bus crash of April 6, 2018. Like many other tragedies, though, you know, there's some good that comes out of it, and one of the amazing things that came out of it was the Logan Boulet effect. Logan was a senior in the Humboldt Broncos team. He was unfortunately injured enough that he was determined brain dead, but his organs were in fantastic shape. Logan's family, Toby and Bernie Boulet and his older sister had to make the tough decision on April 7th, 27 hours later, to turn off life support. And so Logan's inspiration to become an organ donor came from another gentleman, his strength and conditioning coach, Rick Suggett, who mentored Logan, helped him out along the ways. And unfortunately, Rick passed away suddenly from an aneurysm. Rick also donated 6 of his organs and saved 6 lives. So just as a point, 2 people saved 12 lives by this donation of organs. And those people will go on to hopefully have, children or grandchildren and make a difference in the world. So otherwise, they could have been one of the unfortunate average of 250 a year that don't get those organs and succumb to their not injuries but sickness. So yeah, so it's a movement. I'm not looking for any money. I just would really appreciate if Grande Prairie would vote on making this day Green Shirt Day an annual event. And I think that's probably more than 5 minutes, so I better open it up to any questions.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Mr. Stokey. I will open now an opportunity for my council colleagues to ask any questions of the delegate. Councillor Bressie.
Thanks. I don't have a question for the delegate, but this is something that is really close to my heart. It's Coach Darcy was a regular coffee with me when I was going up to Peace River for work years ago, and so had that personal connection. He touched many young lives in Peace River that I knew personally, and in many other places as well. And then there was also back when I was running youth programs, my wife mentored two girls who she was very close to, and I was pretty close to too. Paige was a liver transplant recipient, and she was only alive because of organ donation. And her best friend Merritt, because of that, helped Paige organize in their school a whole bunch of awareness events. And then when she was in her first year of university, Merritt died very suddenly of a heart attack with no warning, no nothing. And this young girl, the comfort that her friends and those who loved her got was that she got to save a number of lives that day as well. And so I know how important organ donation is, from knowing a girl that life was saved by it and knowing, unfortunately, another girl who saved many other lives. So I just want to thank you for coming in here and raising awareness. This is a really important thing and a hard one for me, but also a really cool one for me. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Blackburn.
Thanks very much for coming in and talking to us about this. I think it's a fabulous idea. My question is, what kind of campaign and messaging do you have in mind in order for this to be more than just wear the shirt?
Yeah, absolutely. So my plans, and hopefully, I'm not an expert at this, but I'm hoping that Mayor Clayton and council can help me get this out to the schools. I've already made plans to reach out to the county, which is the Peace Wapiti. I really want to get it to the youth. And luckily with the Green Shirt Day website, they did an amazing job. I'm not an expert on websites, but it's very well done. It's got so many links, and it's got packages for media to use, for schools to use, the kindergarten level even. They made an animated organ awareness show, which is really interesting. And I also my plans, and one of the items in the website is the business aspect of it. So getting businesses involved. And I work for New Vista Energy, and they offered, before I even asked, to make April 7th Green Shirt Day for our work as well. So you think so? Within the website, there's a statement that says for every person that decides to donate or become a donor or talk about it, they affect the lives of four other people start talking about it. So, every 1,000 people is another 4,000 conversations that are had. Literally after I presented to county today, a text message went out to a group of ours, 3 or 4 text messages, and within minutes, there's probably 50 to 60 text messages talking about it. So, social media, as much as it could be negative, if we use it the right way, absolutely, I think we can reach out to a lot of people here. And you council members and Mayor Clayton probably know more than me, but our touch in the Grande Prairie area is huge. And I seem to remember a 250,000 number or even more than that, who we actually reach out to. So, yes. So, and if there's any other ideas, absolutely, I would, and I'm willing to volunteer as well every year. So I will do whatever it takes.
Well, thank you for that. I wish you well, because this is obviously the right kind of thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen, then Councillor Plott.
Thank you very much, Derek, for coming in today and for presenting this to council. I think it's an easy yes. I'll even wear a full green suit and pretend it's St. Paddy's Day for this. And not just for organ donation, but also for the memory of the boys, the people who lost their lives in that Humboldt crash. I know it's impacted my family, as my sister's husband was really close friends with Logan. In fact, they were border brothers and spent like 3 or 4 years together, so it impacted him greatly. So this means a lot to me, just not only for saving the lives of people who can be saved, raising a good message and awareness in our community, but also personally. So thank you for coming forward and bringing this up to council today.
Thank you, Councillor Thiessen.
Can I quickly say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry. Yeah, thanks, guys. Sorry, Wade. I'll be brief here. No, I just also wanted to mention that, I had this thought of saying, this is the Humboldt Broncos, and this happened to the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League. So just imagine if this was the Storm, because this is the same level of hockey, same people. So we would definitely want as much support as possible. And there is a connection to Grande Prairie. The coach, Kevin Higo, actually was coach of the Storm for 3 years, and he's Logan's uncle. So, there's another connection to the city and just how tight-knit this family is. Sorry. Go ahead, Wade.
Thanks, Derek. No, I just wanted to say thanks for your passion, man. I appreciate it. It's great. And bringing it here and bringing the awareness is really good. And it's never great when horrible events happen like Humboldt and stuff, but hearing the stories that come out of it, the recovery that comes from it, and especially what we're going through right now, with the timing of COVID and life in general, with so much negativity out. I think it's a great rallying thing. So I really appreciate you bringing it, Derek. I think it's great. And it's like Councillor Thiessen, if you've already said it's a no-brainer, I think, for council to support this. And just appreciate the passion, man. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I could go on and on, but COVID really put a wrench into the organ donation as well. And this kind of gets me a little bit emotional, but they had to unfortunately pass on, donors. They couldn't actually use their organs because there was no rooms to do the surgeries, which to me is, it gets me emotional. So it's tough, and COVID, it's been tough on everybody, but that one really hurt me to hear that happened. And sorry, Mayor Clayton.
That's all right. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, Derek, thank you for coming and talking to us. Like I said, it's been said already, this is sort of a no-brainer. As we get older, we think about the young people and how crazy we were when we were younger, and the people that we've lost, and if they would have had an organ, they would have survived a better life. But in the end, you got my backing, and Mayor Clayton is the one that makes a decision. This is where the process starts from. But I'll let you know that you got my vote, and thanks for doing what you're doing. And it's people like you need to be more cloned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council? Seeing none, I thank you for coming tonight. As you may have heard, a delegation business gets dealt with at the end of the meeting. I do really appreciate the time and passion that you've put into such a great cause. And thank you for that and for the work that you do in your community. So appreciate it.
Thanks. Yeah, and any way I can support you guys, just let me know afterwards if it's a go. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And you're more than welcome to stay until the end of the meeting. Otherwise, someone from administration will follow up with you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Great,
I'll shut
thank
my
you.
video off there so I can look at my mug.
Thank you there. All right, moving on. There's nothing under unfinished business. We are now moving into a public hearing, and I will call this public hearing to order. Public hearing is on the bylaw C-1407. And I'm looking for an introduction from administration, and I see that Mr. Welton is on. Please go ahead, Mr. Welton.
All right, thank you. Let me just share my screen. Uh-oh. Can you see a blue screen?
Not yet. We just see you so far.
All right. Okay, I did something wrong here. Let me go back.
There we go.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The purpose of this bylaw is to adopt the Avondale High School Site Area Redevelopment Plan. The Avondale Area Redevelopment Plan boundaries are in the northwest corner of the Avondale neighborhood. It's just south of 116th Avenue. The Area Redevelopment Plan area itself contains the Grande Prairie Public High School, Peace Wapiti Academy High School, the Leisure Center, which has been closed for a number of years, a couple indoor soccer pitches, the Legion Field, pickleball court, and then rugby field, and a few other open sports fields and some parking. As council is obviously aware, the Grande Prairie Public High School, a new one is being built just south of the plan area. Once it's done, the existing composite high school will be torn down. A portion of the Leisure Center will also be demolished at the same time. And as a result, we got direction from council to adopt an area redevelopment plan to explore the opportunities that would exist for the site once these buildings are taken down. We did a fairly extensive engagement process. We had visioning sessions with the landowners. We had engagement sessions with the public that live in the Avondale neighborhood. As part of the technical review, I also met with Bill Grande Prairie, the GP Sport Connect, and the Regional Sports Commission chair, and sort of all of that input kind of went into what is in the draft area redevelopment plan. So the plan itself has three main land use concepts as the main components of the plan. The first one is the short-term land use concept. Now the short-term is really kind of a 2-year kind of thing, or actually it was 2 years when I started the plan, maybe a year now. But basically it's based on immediately after the composite high school and the leisure center are demolished. The composite high school would get replaced with sports fields. Obviously, the new high school is taking up land that was previous sports fields, and therefore the sports fields need to be replaced both for the neighborhood and for the high school itself. The plan also envisions realigning 112th Avenue, which is right in front of the new high school site, shifting that 112th Avenue north a little bit. There's a few different reasons why that was seen as advantageous. And over on the east side of the plan area, when the comp comes down, part of the idea is that some of the composite high school's parking could then be used by Peace Wapiti Academy and left in place basically and be reused by Peace Wapiti Academy. And also in the short term, the idea is to accommodate some new trails on the site. In addition, the Stormwater Master Plan has identified that there are some stormwater deficiencies in this area, and one of them is one of the ways to fix the deficiency is to widen out the ditch that's directly adjacent to 116th Avenue, so that's kind of at the north end here, and also on the south end, potentially use one of the sports fields for temporary stormwater storage. As a short-term solution to improve some of the stormwater problems that are in the area. The median concept is kind of would take effect or sort of comes into effect with the demolition of the two existing indoor soccer fields. What that does is kind of opens up the balance of the area just to the east of 105th or Willie DeWitt Drive. And also basically opens up the potential for a future rec facility to be built on the site, somewhere in the area. So that's kind of medium term. And then in the long term, which we really don't know when the long term would actually begin. It would not begin though until the Peace Wapiti Academy High School is actually at the end of its life and torn down. It has been suggested that that's potentially 30 to 50 years away. What the long-term land use concept identifies is the possibility of some multifamily and commercial up adjacent to 116th Avenue. And it also identifies a possible connection of 105th Street / Willie DeWitt Drive to 116th Avenue. It's thought that in order to make the multifamily and commercial viable, it would actually need some access off 116th Avenue. And so that kind of represents the long-term land use concept. As part of the area redevelopment plan, it does identify some projects that could potentially be done as the plan states. The existing property lines within the plan area are, I guess, they're unusual for what's there now. If going forward, for example, once the city built a new, if the city decided to build a rec facility in the site, it is very likely not on land that is currently owned by the city of Grande Prairie, and therefore the plan recommends that the city and the two owners, which right now are the city public school district and the Peace Wapiti school district, that the city and these two partners kind of sit down and negotiate potentially some realignment of the property lines as redevelopment moves forward. Again, I mentioned stormwater management projects that could be done on the site. I've identified tree planting as a possibility in the short and long term, and also the development of some trails in the area. The municipal development plan states that an area redevelopment plan must address architectural controls. The plan addresses it by stating that architectural controls are probably premature at this point. It might not be until the long term when architectural controls might be appropriate for commercial and multifamily residential, were those to occur in the long term. With respect to economic impact, certainly in the long term, the development of commercial and multifamily residential would have a positive impact on the city. For social impact, certainly recreational uses in the plan area will be positive for the community, certainly positive for the two high schools that are in the area, as well as the people that live in the surrounding neighborhood. And as a kind of a regional recreation area, I think kind of this positive impact would be citywide. The MDP contains several relevant policies. Guiding Principle 5 talks about enhancing and sustaining our existing neighborhoods by promoting a redevelopment that embraces their character by providing infrastructure and support services. Guiding Principle 14 states encourage community and stakeholder collaboration in development decisions. Section 4.3, council supports infill development, residential and commercial, where appropriate on vacant land or underutilized parcels. And Section 6.1, it's council's intention to encourage residential infill and establish residential neighborhoods pursuant to a direct control process. The municipal development plan identifies this on its map as entirely public service. And the land use bylaw identifies this entire area as PS, public service. It is recommended in the plan that neither of those change until the long term, until a commercial and multifamily residential development proposals are imminent. And it's premature to basically amend the MDP or the land use bylaw at this point. As I mentioned earlier, we did a fairly extensive engagement with landowners. That included some preliminary landowner discussions regarding property lines. The landowners and the city administration held a visioning session in mini design charrette to come up with some concepts. There were 3 public engagement sessions, first in December of 2019, the second in November of 2020, and the third in March. The first 2 were in person at Muskogee Park, and then the third one was online only, although the second one did have an online component. And so we're kind of now at the public hearing. One of the things that is in the plan is we are aware that council has not made any decision on the realignment of 112th Avenue. That is potentially something that the council could be considering this fall in the budget process. And in the event that council chooses not to realign 112th Avenue, there are alternate short, medium, and long-term land use concepts that are quite similar to the existing land use concepts. And the reason why those were added was so that in the event that council chooses not to realign 112th Avenue, the plan doesn't need to be amended. It kind of continues on as it is with with the alternate concepts being the applicable concepts. So in summary, we are recommending that council give first, second, and third reading to the Avondale High School Sites Area Redevelopment Plan. Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Thank you so much, Mr. Welton. Before I go to presentations and submissions, I provide an opportunity for council to ask administration questions. I will look to my colleagues. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks, Mr. Welton, for your presentation here on this. I think as this develops, it's going to be a great part of the neighborhood. Just a question, I think it may be clerical. Under infrastructure, section 7.1.1, it's talking about the plan's area and where it's bounded by. And I think the third sentence in it says a 3-way signalized intersection is located at 112th Street and 116th Avenue immediately to the north. I don't believe 112th Street actually fits in there. I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be 112th Avenue or a different street, but it did have me looking at the maps. Section 7 under infrastructure, roads and transportation, 7.1.1, third sentence in. So this is bounded by 112th Street and 116th Avenue.
Yeah, that should be 112th Avenue.
112th Avenue. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, just a little change there.
Yeah, we'll tweak that.
Otherwise, I think the plan is good. There was another point, I think it was 8.1.6, section C, where there's discussion about the old Composite High School laneway they cut across to get to 116th Avenue that I think me and my friends were using when we were kids back in 94 to 96. I'm dating myself now. It's probably there when Kevin O'Toole was a kid too, but it was the dirt and gravel road. Is with the redevelopment and the road alignments, are there ways to mitigate the concerns of the people in the neighborhood who have access to the back there and have to back out in that alleyway?
Thank you, Mayor Mayor Clayton. Sorry.
That's all right.
The lane itself is outside the plan area. One of the reasons why we were looking at realigning 112th Avenue was so that the lane did not line up with 112th, so you could just kind of drive through the lane and then shoot out across and then like out to 106th Street and then out to the bypass. Certainly, it was not something that was pursued in the plan. But certainly, if the city was interested in blocking off one end of that, I don't think that you could block off both because the landowners in that neighborhood are actually using it. But if the city was to consider blocking off one end of it, that is an initiative that the city could potentially look into. I think it would be beyond the scope of this area redevelopment plan to suggest something like that. Because I think that the landowners in the neighborhood or certainly the folks that actually back onto it, were not consulted directly about that as a possibility, and I think they should, before that lane was kind of blocked off or made inaccessible for through traffic. But that was not really, that wasn't something that was really pursued or looked at in the plan as a big picture thing. It was just that, if 112th is realigned, then the motivation for cut through that lane is potentially reduced or eliminated.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was hoping you were going to say, actually, is that with the road transportation network shifting over the medium to long term, that it would dissuade people from using that, because that could be a little bit of a blind spot safety concern and one of those little details that we overlook that could cause issues later on down the road. So, yeah, happy to hear that any road alignments may dissuade the use of that lane. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any other Councillor O'Toole?
Yes, thank you very much. Going back to Chris Thiessen, I was living there before they put rocks in the dirt, so that goes back to the 60s. So just a question for you, Dan. I know you've had on your schedule of events that you took place in consultation with the landowners, the residents. Was there any negative activity or any negative comments made, or was it more of a positive look of the big change?
Oh, it was all positive. No, I'm kidding. The short and medium term concepts were fairly universally liked. Obviously, they talk about the potential rec facility. They talk about the leaving, creating or replacing the existing sports fields where the new comp is being built in the area. Generally the concerns that I heard were about the connection of 105th Street to the bypass. I had people say that the city should do that like immediately, and I've had other people say that they hated the idea and the city should never do that. And I also, not surprisingly, heard some opposition to creating commercial and multifamily in the neighborhood as traffic generators and the old standards about increasing crime and that sort of thing as a result. So most of the or all that I can recall with respect to negative comments were about the long-term commercial multifamily and the connection to the bypass. And those are all identified as long-term. I think the plan suggests potentially connecting Willie DeWitt Drive to the bypass in the medium term if a transportation study thought it was necessary, if the city chose to build a rec facility in the medium term as part of the decision-making for a rec facility. A transportation impact analysis might recommend that connection. But other than that, all of that is long-term type stuff.
Thanks, Mr. Welton.
Well, there will be a bit of a change to the residents there, but I think it'll be a positive change. They're losing a school and getting some fields, but they're also gaining a school again. And thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Mr. Rowan, can you explain, I know it's on the 30-year long-term plan. Can you explain how a municipality takes back MR and then has commercial and multi-syllable land?
Sure. The funny thing is here, in this area, there is one reserve lot, and it's an R lot, which was from before the time when the Municipal Government Act changed to distinguish between environmental reserve and municipal reserve and community reserve. The rest of the area, for example, the area that the Peacewaukee Academy is on, the land that the Public School Board owns, that land was bought by the school boards back when they had to buy land themselves. That was even before the province and the Planning Act allowed municipalities to take land and use it for schools. So most of this land is actually owned by the public school board and the Peace Wapiti Public School District. So they are, they own it, and once they don't need it anymore, it's not something that immediately it gets transferred to the city the way municipal reserve would. It's governed by provisions, I believe, in the Education Act. I think John Lehner's the chairman of the public school district is, I think he's on the line, and he may be able to answer that. Yeah, it's most of this land is actually land owned by the school boards that they can kind of do with it what they want, subject to the power of council to plan.
Well, fair enough. And I knew there was some technicalities around this wasn't normal, but I guess I've had people say, how does the city take MR and make it in a commercial? So this has got special circumstances. It sounds like that predated some new things.
Yeah. This was never reserve land.
Okay. And one other question for now, and I may have a few more, but I don't want to be a hog here. Can you? I know it's again long term, but if we approve this today, then is it basically assumed that there will be multi and commercial on this piece of land? And is that how we're planning moving forward, that there will be multi and commercial on this piece of land?
I mean, as I mentioned to the members of the public who were asking me about this at the last engagement session, the plan says this is the intended future, but 30 to 50 years is a long time. And the crystal ball gets fuzzy that far out, and by the time we get that far out, what are the priorities of the community? What are the needs for multifamily and commercial in this area and citywide? And so one of the challenges of doing something that's this far out is to say, absolutely in 30 to 50 years these land uses are absolutely going to be necessary on this site. It's impossible to say that. You plan for it. You try and identify basically sort of the constraints and the servicing needs for it. But by the time we get that far out, the needs and priorities of the community might have changed, and that's why there's a process to amend plans. When they no longer if they no longer meet the needs of a community because things times have changed. Then amending the plan would be a reasonable thing to do somewhere out in the future.
So I guess at this point, if you weren't just thrown out for me, I was fortunate enough to sit on the steering committee that was part of this, and I've had lots of time to think about this. But I think for me, I would love to see this all be just left as MR and just all green space. I worry that we put it to this now, and then it's kind of earmarked as that. It's hard to go back then maybe, and to me, I'm a little bit worried about us not safeguarding us as all just green space for a future community 30 years down the road. Pickleball wasn't on the horizon 6 years ago, and now we're trying to build pickleball courts. So we don't know what's going to come in the community. Very centrally located spot. So, I'm happy to hear it's open for amendments in the future, but I would much be happier. I'd be much happier if this didn't have any multi and commercial on it today, and it just was all green space. That's my comments, but thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Councillor Plott. Moving to Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Just along that same line, Mr. Walton, my understanding is that if this ever converted to multifamily commercial, a rezoning process with 3 readings of a rezoning bylaw would still have to happen, correct? So this doesn't actually authorize that stuff to happen. The council today in the future would still have to opt to rezone it. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, it's absolutely. Yeah, the municipal development plan identifies this all as I think it's either open space or recreation, something like that. Something that's befitting the school uses of it. So, in the future, my expectation would be if the land use bylaw stayed the same and the MDP stayed the same, my expectation is that both an MDP amendment and a land use bylaw amendment would be required somewhere in the future in order to rezone it for commercial and multifamily. Right now, it's public service, so recreation and sports fields would continue to be the permitted uses until the land use bylaw changed.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bressy. Seeing no further questions for administration, Councillor Plot.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just one other question. I'm not sure this is necessarily for Dan, but it could very much be just, so if this document gets approved tonight in its current form, does that change the lens on how parks or how recs would look at saying, hey, we might be able to build a high performance center here with this land, but it's already allocated to commercial? Would it change it for planning on looking at this piece of land over time once we allocate this as commercial and multi?
Mr. Welton.
Boy, tough for me to answer that, I think. I mean, the basis of this being available for commercial and multifamily versus something else is all kind of contingent on the Peacewaukee Academy building coming down. And so if the expectation is that building is not coming down for 30 to 50 years, I would expect that that city planning for like say rec facilities like a high performance center would be more immediate than looking for a site that's going to be available in 50 years.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks, Mr. Welton again. Just looking at the long-term connecting 105 to 116, item 9.3.4, where in the ARP, we estimate how much a road project would cost to connect that, the 200 meters of road. Now, there's a big difference between the 3.5 bottom end and the 5.1 top end. Is that just marking for inflation, or is that including the fact that with increased traffic volumes, we may have to build a wider road?
Through the mayor, there's a couple elements to it, and I'm not privy to the detailed estimates that engineering did, but there are a couple different things. One is that if you were to stand on the end of 105th Street where it ends right now, it's about 5 or 6 or 7 feet lower than 116th Avenue. And therefore, in addition to, tying into a arterial road intersection, there would have to be some amount of fill put in and, a fairly substantial slide slopes to build this road up 5 or 6 or 7 feet up to the intersection at 116, and I think that is certainly increases the cost of this section of road.
Okay, so does that mean then does that cost estimate? I guess with the base, that's another story. Is that for a wider road? Because I'm thinking, you got the new high school, potential new activity center, multifamily and commercial. So there's going to be a lot of traffic going through from September through June every year.
Yes, certainly the road might be wider. Given that it would be connecting to an arterial road, there's that connection is going to be much bigger. The width of the road, it might be collector road width instead of local road width. So there are potentially lots of different things that could go into that. The existing traffic lights at 116th Avenue are 3-way, and they would have to be made 4-way. So those sorts of things are added into that 105th Street cost that don't come into effect for the 112th Avenue one.
Okay.
So there's a whole bunch of different things in the 105th Street.
Thanks.
And we're looking down the road with this. So thank you very much, Dan.
Councillor O'Toole, did I see you put your hand up? Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions for administration? Seeing none, I'll move on to the presentations and submissions. We were identified of a few delegations for tonight, so I will be looking for people to speak in support of this presentation. And I know first somebody to let us know, Mr. Lerners, I see you're on screen, so if you'd like to go ahead, introduce yourself for the audience, and then feel free to go ahead, and I will allow opportunity for questions to you as well.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton and Council. Yes, so I'm John Lerners, and I'm representing as Chair of the Grande Prairie Public School District. So obviously, we've had a vested interest in seeing this process through. It seems like we've been working on it for about a year or so now since we got the exciting news that we're building a new school, and it is one hell of a school, I can tell you. It'll be. We just toured it the other day. It's quite impressive. It'll be one of the nicest high schools in the province. I think the gym is like, 2.5, 3 times bigger than the one we have now. It's bigger than the college gym. It's just exciting all around. So it's we're pretty excited. But with that new school, and even with the other one coming down, we're going to have a bit of an education hub in that area. So we're pretty excited with that. With Harry Belfer, perhaps having a different look when they move out, and Avondale and Peace Wapiti and all those other kinds of things. So that'll be a real concentrated educational hub. So some of the things that Councillor Platt talked about, with elite centers and those things, kind of allows you to think about those kind of things. So we're pretty, it's something that's always in the back of our mind. So we're pretty excited about that. As for the plan itself, we've enjoyed the process and how it's evolved, and are encouraged by, what's shown tonight. There's a few little hiccups here and there that I'm sure will work out. Like the parking lot that's proposed for Peace Wapiti is proposing to stay, which makes sense from a common sense perspective. But we only get one chance from the government to demolish and remove, and after that, it's on our tab. So maybe we'll have to do some land swapping and those kinds of things to try and so the city can own it and then take responsibility for the cleaning and all those other kinds of things. And then it makes sense for it's a real community parking spot. So we think those are positive things. Generally speaking, we look forward to the potential of an indoor facility in that area, because obviously and unfortunately most of our schooling is done in the wintertime. And so a lot of those soccer fields, they look really good on paper, but unless you're heavy into snowshoeing, they don't get used as much in the wintertime, obviously. So anything that would work that way in that regard would be definitely something we would support. And moving through 105th Street, I guess it is what it is. If it turns into something, it's not critical to our operation. But having a link from the Royal Oaks area and connecting traffic and cars and having them to avoid taking alternative routes through the neighborhood, I think that in itself would be positive. So we would, I think we would encourage that. When it happens, it happens. And so we look forward to that. As for the multifamily and commercial, that's it's nice to leave some options open, whether or not it would take a council of the day and it would take a school board of the day to say that this makes sense. But at least we're leaving some options open, and it is, like I said, it is private land, and so. But right now, in fact, it's actually Peace Wapiti's, and I don't see them here to speak on it. So I don't want to speak on their behalf. But I like the flexibility of this plan and how it's still for as long as I'm going to be alive. It'll operate as a school and community park area. So I'll let my grandkids worry about what happens after that. So generally speaking, happy with the plan, and would encourage you to vote for it, and any amendments, be curious to see. So thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Lerners. Any questions for the delegation? I see Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the work on the committee. It was fun working with you and your fellow trustees on it a few times. Just talking about the 112th realignment. I know that the plan contemplates aligning it and not aligning it, so that's probably not a question for today, but it probably is a hard $1 million or so question that we're going to be answering in the next few months. how important is that 112th alignment to the school board? Is it a somewhat nice to have, a really nice to have, a not matter type thing?
So it's a really nice to have. The reason it is because it changes our parking and bus patterns, so that we're parking in front of the school instead of having everybody kind of cross over the road, and it does prevent some of that shortcutting of traffic, which is always important from a traffic perspective. But it's not, we're not going to cry in the corner in the fetal position for a year if we don't get it. But we are actively pursuing right now with Alberta Infrastructure and Alberta Education to try and gather some funding as well to support this. It would require us moving our parking lot and a few other things, or adding to our parking lot. And so it's a much more efficient layout and design. So, we like it. But again, it's not critical to the success of our school. We'll have a great school either way, but you only, in our world, you only really get one chance to do that properly. And if we don't do it now, then I don't imagine we'll ever realign that road, because we won't have the funding for parking lots and those kinds of things to change later on, because we don't get funded for those without a big school. So we got to get one kick at the cat, and so if we can do that now, it'd be beneficial for sure.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bressy. Any other questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you for joining us, Mr. Niners, and thank you for your work on this project. I will now ask if there's anyone else here to speak in support of this submission. Please turn your camera on and introduce yourself. I will ask one more time if there's anybody here to speak in support of this submission. Please turn your camera on and introduce yourself. Seeing none, I will now ask if there's anybody to speak in opposition of this project. One thing I will let council know that we did receive communication from an individual who had expressed his concerns and was not in support of this submission. He let us know recently that he was unable to attend due to health issues. So, and he asked that his comments that council received be given consideration. So I will now ask if there's anyone else here to speak in opposition to this submission. Please turn your camera on and introduce yourself. And one final time, if there's anyone to speak in opposition of this submission, please turn your camera on and introduce yourself. Seeing no one, I will call this public hearing closed, and I will move to business arising. Sorry, did I miss anybody? Does that council have any interest in business arising from this? Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to scroll through the report to get to the recommendations in that. So, so I just make a motion that Council give first reading to bylaw C-1407, being the Avondale High School Sites Area Redevelopment Plan.
Great, thank you for that. There is no debate or discussion on first reading, so I will call the question. Please vote. And mine is not queuing. I will vote in support of this motion. And the motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Plott.
I make a motion that we give second reading to bylaw C-1407.
Perfect. Thank you for that. The motion is in order. Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. Please vote. And I'm still not queuing, so I will vote in support. And that motion carries unanimously. Councillor Plott.
I make a motion that council have third reading of bylaw C-1407 at this meeting.
Thank you for that. This motion must carry unanimously in order for us to have third reading tonight. I see no one who has comments or questions on the merits of having third reading tonight. So I'll call the question. Please vote. I'm just going to refresh and hope one more time. Oh, it queued. All right. So I'm just voting. There we go. And that motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Palat.
All right, so I'll make a motion that council give third reading to bylaw C 1407, being the Avondale High School Sites Area Redevelopment Plan.
Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. Just to speak to this a little bit, first of all, thanking both our administration and the school board and our community and the local community for the work they put into this. I got to go to quite a few committee meetings where we were moving little models of soccer fields around every conceivable part that they could fit on this land. And I went to a number of open houses down in Ernie Radford Pavilion back when we were allowed to do that, hearing from community members about what they wanted to see in this land. And I really appreciate the thought by many, many, many people that went into this. To speak to the short and medium term plans, I think I don't know if I've ever seen us do something land use planning that was this non-controversial in terms of everybody agreeing that both indoor and outdoor recreation space is appropriate there. I think the real challenging part is for councils when we get to the part of talking about whether or not we're going to spend money on it will be the more challenging part. But the land use planning in the short and medium term is a real no-brainer to me. I do respect that the long-term plans, both to punch 105th through and for commercial multifamily, are contentious. Some are for, some are against. The two things I want to highlight there is right now there's a high school with 550 students and all the staff that serve those 550 students on that piece of land. I really don't think that having housing for approximately 300 people will be a bigger or worse impact on the community than having those 600 high school students there is. And so I appreciate the concern of that land. I don't think that it's too much different for the neighborhood than what we have right now. And I also just really think it's important to highlight that this is just a very conceptual plan. As we heard earlier, there's the council of the day that's decades away that needs to decide whether or not to support stuff there is going to have to go through public hearings like we're having today, 3 readings of the bylaw, public consultation, and there's a lot of hurdles to allow those things to happen. So I think looking into the very hazy crystal ball is we're saying, yeah, we can see that there might be merit to letting more people live in this neighborhood with these great amenities, but we're by no means committing the land to that. So I think that I get the concerns there. I think it is appropriate to support this. So I hope the council will support third reading of this bylaw today. And I also hope that over the next 6 to 12 months, we'll support actually investing some money to action this plan.
Thank you, Councillor Bressy. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, thank you very much, and very well said, Mr. Bressy. Much appreciated your comments. This is a good start. It may not be perfect right now, and it may not be perfect in 4 years, but things change. Councillor Palat alluded to, 6 years ago we never had any pickleball, and now we got courts, and so things change. Tennis isn't as popular as it once was. Now pickleball is. So with that, I'm in full agreement that this plan is adequate and does the job at this time, and I got full support.
I had Councillor Blackburn, then Councillor Palat.
Thank you. I just want to make the observation that, once the ARP is in place, there's nothing stopping a future council from making adjustments given the circumstances at the time. And I'm pretty sure that my 7 and 9-year-old grandchildren will either be on school council or city council or the school board, and we'll make the right kinds of decisions at the time. So the long-term plan really does not concern me at all, and therefore I'm very much in favor of passing third reading.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Palat. and then Councillor Friesen. Actually,
thanks, Mayor Clayton.
Sorry, Councillor Plott, I'm going to come back to you to close. Did you have something that can wait? Okay, perfect. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just wanted to take a moment to speak to Mr. Sylvester's concerns. We did get his speaking notes, and I have reviewed them and sort of tried to connect all of the dots, and a lot of his concerns were traffic related. And I know it's tough when we see this on paper. It looks like it is the done deal, but as Councillor Bresky pointed out, it is conceptual. And as we move forward, there are other points to check in before we complete what the final product will look like, and it will be completed slowly over a number of years. And there are times that there are, administration has, in their expertise, made their best estimates as to what should be recommended when it comes to traffic flow. And generally, they're pretty on the mark with that. There are some times when some traffic flow is heavier than we anticipated, or that sort of thing. And there is always the opportunity then to adjust differently as we go. And we have seen that with, for example, the installation of the boulevard on 102nd Street heading north from Muskosipi, or north of 108th Avenue. So Mr. Sylvester, I hope you get feeling better soon, and your concerns have not been unnoticed or unheard at all. But tonight, at the point that we're at with the ARP, I think we've got a good product that that I hope we move forward with at this next reading. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I will go to Councillor Plott to close.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I also wanted to say, like what Councillor Bress said, I wanted to thank the school district for working with us on this plan. It was kind of neat figuring out the hodgepodge of how these little parcels work together and the longer term planning. And I think administration did a really good job of making sure there was lots of conversations with residents as well as industry, from what I've heard. And so that's always good to hear as well. I also think 25, 30 years from now, the resistance to putting commercial there might be a little higher than today. So it's probably very smart for us to put that in now, because if a future council decides to make it in a green space, probably not as hard of an argument for the neighborhood to go to green versus going into a bunch of high density. So it's a good long-term plan that I'm happy to support. I probably would have been just as happy if it was all green space, but having said that, that's a future council can easily make that go back to that in time. So happy to support it.
Thank you there. Councillor Plott, I will call the question. Please vote. All right, we're good. There we go. Motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Bresky.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. If you'll permit me, I'd love to just make a follow-up motion now that we've passed it. Yep. And that is, I'd move the council direct administration to bring forward for council or committee consideration capital needs to action the Avondale ARP in the short and medium term. And so again, bring forward for council or committee consideration capital needs to action the Avondale ARP in the short and medium term. And just speak this, I expect administration would likely do this anyways, but I do think it is worth showing to the committee, hey, we didn't just pass a conceptual plan. We've also got intentions of talking about how we're going to action this plan. We just did. We've got precedent for that in Hillside. When the Hillside ARP was passed, council also, in the following budget considerations, made some fairly significant investments in the neighborhood. And I think from roads to recreation space, to the biggest community thing I've heard in Avondale is trees. There are some capital needs in this plan that I think we should be considering. We should be considering soon. So I hope that council will support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Bressy. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. At the end there, Councillor Bressy got me with the trees because I can sort of the capital plan around that for sure. What I'm struggling with, and maybe you can explain it to me, is I'm not sure how we ask administration to do a capital plan if we don't know what we're doing. Like, are we building a small building? Are we building a large building? Are we building parking lots? Are we building light standards? Like, I don't know what we're asking them to do. So if you could maybe explain that to me a little bit more, I could probably be a little bit more supportive.
Councillor Bressy.
Well, I think there's a few things going on this land. There is the realignment of 112th. That's going to be a decision point for council. There's, and maybe a contentious one, I don't know. There's hopefully less contentious things such as improving the stormwater system and improving trees. And those aren't going to happen if they don't get into a capital budget somewhere. I think you're specifically talking about the recreation center there. And my understanding is that we're going to be hearing a little bit more about the leisure center in the next few months anyways. But it just is right now, we've got this plan we just passed. I don't recall seeing anything for this plan regularly in our capital budget other than the $1.8 million we set aside for the leisure center. And so I don't know exactly how administration is going to set that up. I've got ideas, but I intentionally left this vague in terms of, I didn't say, hey, bring it to fall budget deliberations. I said, bring it to council or committee. I intentionally left it not too prescriptive for administration so that they can figure out what's the appropriate venue and timeline to bring it forward. So my intention isn't to get really prescriptive with administration of saying, this is the process you will follow, but just saying, we want to have this capital conversation to our administration.
Thanks, Councillor Bressy. Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. I appreciate your approach, Councillor Bressy. However, I do agree with Councillor Palat that we're not exactly sure what we're going for yet. And I would expect from administration that as things progress, they will bring the right reports to us and the right requests for funding and so on. So rather than directing them now to do that, I'd rather just let it be and let administration handle it in the best way possible, depending on the decisions that get made from day to day in terms of activating this plan. So I'm not going to support the motion. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I agree with the comments being said already. I'm not too in favor of delegating money at this point in time. I do appreciate administration is probably going to bring this forward in the next little while when they get more information and maybe some numbers to go with that information. So I think we're a little premature on the motion. I think it'll be coming up in a couple months, maybe, where we make that motion again, but not right now. Thank you.
I see CAO Galante.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to provide some clarification and context to Councillor Bressy's inquiry, I can share with Council that in the next 2 or 3 months, we will hit some decision points in terms of the road realignment. We're working with the school district and the province as well as Mr. Lenners mentioned. The school district is in conversations with Alberta Infrastructure to get more funding for the parking lot on the south side of the new 112 Avenue alignment. So that is a variable that they need to secure more funding, and decision point for council on the capital plan for the city to fund the new road as well, or in partnership with the school district. So the road alignment is one decision point that will be resolved in the next few months, depending on the conversations with Alberta Infrastructure. And the other checking point with council will be the partial demolition of the leisure center as it is right now, with some funding allocated, or a potential full demolition as well. And those items must be resolved in the next few months. So in our agendas, in our calendars, and as soon as we have information, we will prepare reports for council to make decisions on at least those two items.
Thank you for that. I apologize. I saw you. Oh, Councillor Plott. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for that, City Manager Galante. That was actually one of the things I was going to ask. And with that, I can support it, and I guess it's one of those ones I want to say to Councillor Bressie, because we don't have the back water cooler chats before or after council meetings to kind of chat about things as much. So you got to kind of do it here, I guess. But the reason I can't support it is we just don't know what we're doing. Even the stormwater depends on, we put in a 100 by 100 building or 400 by 400 building. We don't know what we're building here. And so to preemptively plan more than what our city manager just said they're already going to do, I don't know if there's an exercise that they could really come with further information. So I really appreciate the intent, because I know you want to see some activity and some further movement on this area, and I would as well. So I'm encouraging us to chat and figure out another way to get this on here, but I can't support this one.
Thank you. If I see no one else, so I'll go to Councillor Bressie to close.
Yeah, I would encourage council to support this. I know that we'll be coming back on the two biggies of the 112th realignment and the rec center, but there's other smaller parts of this plan that are really important too that aren't as on the radar. That's stormwater's one, trees another one, and pathways are another one. And I know as a council member who took part in the majority of the public feedback events, those were actually the more important things that I heard most from the community. Was we've seen flood issues, we want to preserve trees, we want to make sure that there's good pedestrian movement through these. Those smaller things are small in the grand scheme of the budget, small citywide, but very important to the local residents who took part in this area redevelopment plan. And we know that there's tons of plans that the city has created that sit on a shelf and gather dust for years and years and years and never get action because they just never show up in a budget. And I want to make sure that the smaller things in this plan, that they get due consideration too. And that's not saying they get approved by council, but they get due consideration. And I am very confused by a few of my colleagues saying, well, we don't know what we're approving. We just approved almost 40-page plan with these things. I think that we just approved a 40-page plan that says to our administration, here are the things that are envisioned in this neighborhood and that we want to talk about in the future. That was the whole point of passing the ARP. So now I think it's time to not just say conceptually we agree with this, but also get to a point where for trails and trees and stormwater and those smaller decision points, get to a place where we're actually giving them due consideration, whether or not we fund them. So I hope the council will pass this motion. And I think it's saying, hey, we don't just hope this comes to us eventually, but say, no, it actually is pretty high priority for us to action the things that the people in the neighborhood said they wanted to see us action. So I hope the council will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bressie. That was to close, so I will call the question. Please vote. And I'm just going to let the recording secretary, I voted incorrectly, if we could revote. Thank you. Not yet. Just waiting for it to refresh. There we go. All right, if you could please revote, thank you. Just tabulating. No problem. Oh, Councillor Friesen.
Is it me you're waiting for, Mayor Clayton? It didn't give me the option. Didn't pop up.
Didn't come up for me either.
Ms. Karbaczewski?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My apologies for the technology glitch we're having at the moment. Councillor Friesen, can you please vote? Just let me know what you're voting.
I am in favor of this motion.
Councillor O'Toole, what is your vote?
Against.
Councillor Palat, what is your vote?
Opposed.
And Councillor Blackburn, what is your vote?
Opposed.
Thank you.
That's all right. We'll just wait for that to tabulate. Technology is slick when it works. So, Ms. Karbaczewski, if it's all right with you, I'm going to do a vote by hand. Oh, we'll reopen. We're going to try it. Give it one more chance. All right. So please.
It is Monday, you know.
We will give the technology one more chance. Mine's not loading now, so I will vote in opposition. Go ahead, Ms. Karbaczewski.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Councillor O'Toole, please tell me your vote.
Opposed.
Councillor Bressie?
In support.
And Councillor Thiessen?
Councillor Thiessen, could you please let us know your vote?
I was on mute, sorry, as opposed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't see your screen. Okay, I can see Ms. Karbaczewski's screen. The motion is defeated 5-2. Thank you for that. All right, any other business arising before I move on? Seeing none, moving on to item 15, delegation business. We had a presentation tonight from Mr. Stokey. In my opinion, it's not requiring a motion, but I will let Councillor Thiessen speak.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just going to refer the matter to the mayor and receive for information.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So this doesn't require a vote. So if it's all right with council, we'll go ahead. I do support this initiative. I think it's a great initiative, as most of council indicated, and many other municipalities are currently doing this. And in my opinion, I'm happy to support it as well. So we will definitely get that proclamation out. Thank you for that. Moving along, council member reports, and I'm going to go across the screen, and because I apologized last time, I forgot Councillor O'Toole. I'm going to start with you today.
Oh, wow. I'm impressed.
Thanks.
So I attended a Community Futures program or meeting, and that led to another event that I went to. But going to the Community Future, staff have been very busy, working virtual as well as in person, and getting ready for like this last Saturday. Shell Livewire was awarding some people that won some money, and also a number of things that can help them do business, including training. So just to give you a background on Shell Livewire, Shell International worldwide was looking to support the Inuit, Native, and Aboriginal workforce. They contacted Shell Canada, knowing that we had all of what we were looking for, or what they were looking for, and in turn approached Alberta. And we ended up looking after the administration of training and funding and allowing all of this local regional businesses, some were not even that regional, but they come and we looked after all of the administration. What did that do? Well, it funded a whole bunch of people. And this weekend, Saturday, we allowed to give the presentations from 3 of the top that were chosen independently. And with that, I'd like to announce that Daryl Hogg has got a company which is what they call the small town. They do a lot of video presentations and advertising and supporting of other businesses to get their story told on the internet. And then there was Tyra Grower. She has a company called Be Real. It's a meditation website, online store, and she received 2nd place. And Pots Painting, Sticky Hinges, they got this painting business, and just a little concern that they have, eco-friendly. By the time you paint a house, you go through about 4 rolls of tape. They've come up with this little product that sticks on the hinges so they can mask a door in like 20 seconds and reuse this hinge cover for painting. And they got 1st place. And with that, there was quite a bit of money given out to these folks, plus training that would allow them not only for precise training, but stuff like, how would you put it now, I guess, just basically working with other colleagues to make their businesses and support their businesses. So that was a real good program. And we got to thank Shell Canada, Shell International, and Community Futures for allowing that to happen in Grande Prairie. It was a real good benefit and spin-off. So my 2nd report is the combative sports. I've been working for not quite a year with combative sports in the province. We have talked about how we can open up, and it looks like we may be getting there in a reasonable amount of time now. I do have a meeting on April 7th again, and some of the concerns that were brought up, including myself, is the training. A lot of these coaches, judges, officials have not had any lack of experience, I guess, loss of hands-on, and we want to work as a combative sports throughout Alberta and supporting the 7 funders of this here project. So we'll be having a meeting with our team here in Grande Prairie, and we will come up with a game plan to basically get back into the train of thought of having combative sports. The health-wise stuff is all looked after. We've been working greatly with Alberta Health Services, so thank you for that. It's just the technical and the hands-on that need a little bit, basically refreshers. And I did have a report with the Alberta Bilingual Municipality Association. I did mention that we have a tourism program that'll be starting up in May, I think it is, the 1st week in May, and it is to support the northern municipalities and promoting the Francophone, Francophile peoples. Go back to the Métis from on the eastern side of the province all the way to the bilingual and the Métis as well in the Grande Prairie area and farther north. So with that, this will be launched. We're working with the Grande Prairie Regional Tourism Association and other municipalities as well. And I just want to give you a little bit of an update. I mentioned that the Francophone, Francophile program that Quebec City pulled out, they actually pulled out December 30th. of 2020. And the reason for it is they just did not have the funds. They had a whole bunch of stuff hit them really, really hard. And I was talking to the mayor out there in the past. This was really dear to her heart, deputy mayor, I should say. And but they just had a bunch of financial issues. So Quebec City has dropped out. And I would like the mayor, if we could make that happen, I'll talk later, but Lafayette, Louisiana is still on board. They see, you know, a couple 100,000 Francophile come to Lafayette, Louisiana every year because if you were familiar with the East Coast, back in the day, they kind of got pushed out of that area in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. And so this is where a lot of them landed. We also want to write a letter to the Moncton, New Brunswick, and just see if we can keep this association going. It is a very beneficial thing. I don't think we have to pump a lot of money into it, but and there's been other communities that when Quebec City dropped out want this to keep going. It is very beneficial to Alberta. It's very beneficial to Manitoba, Quebec, Ontario, and then, like I said, when you get down to the eastern part of the provinces, this is a good portion of their tourism dollars. So with that, that's my report, and I will talk to Mayor Clayton to see if we can work with writing a letter of support in some manner. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I will now go to Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. A couple things to highlight was the Regional Recreation Committee. We had a board meeting, I'll get to that in a minute. First, the Grande Prairie Sport Connection. We had a board meeting, which was a good board meeting, but was completely overshadowed by the fact that 2 days later, we had the Sports Excellence Awards. And got to, in a virtual format, got to award some athletes, coaches, and key volunteers in our community with the excellence that with the excellence that they've brought to our community and to their various sports. So thank you to Mayor Clayton, who I know is there, Councillor Friesen, who I know is there, Councillor O'Toole, who I know is there, and my apologies with it being virtual. I didn't quite see if I missed anybody else, but thanks for those that were there. Something else that was kind of fun was the day after, TELUS Optic is doing a 45-minute to an hour-long documentary on the Sports Excellence Awards and amateur sport here in Grande Prairie. And so I got to go out to South Bear Creek Park and do an interview as a city councillor and as a Sport Connection board member. And then I got to throw some discs very badly on camera for them. So that was kind of fun that I got to go and talk about our community and the great sports scene we have here in Grande Prairie. While I'm on the theme of sports, I'll also briefly touch on the Regional Recreation Committee. Myself and Councillor Clayton were at a meeting last week on it, and we talked about the potential high-performance sports center in terms of there are a few municipalities in the region that are interested in seeing a business case, but they all seem pretty minds made up that there's no interest in funding it from other municipalities in the region. So the ask that Regional Recreation Committee got was that they request the city to work with the group to develop that business case, but I don't think there's a lot of hopes, and the motions that they passed their council show that not likely to see it get regional funding outside the city if we choose to fund it. We also did talk about the Football Association proposal, and that was an interesting conversation. More work's being done to explore what it could look like if the county sportsplex is built to knock out a wall to expand the field in there. And so the Recreation Committee is doing more work to learn what that might look like for soccer, what that might look like in terms of costs for municipalities in the region. And so we are still actively talking about soccer in the region. Of course, the Regional Recreation Committee also has a really wonderful administrative working group made up of staff from all the municipalities. And they're continuing to work on regional ice allocation and black ice policies to make sure that all the ice surfaces in the region have consistent approaches, but also are consistently used to the full utilization possible. So I think that'll be some exciting work coming out of that group in the next few months going into the next hockey season.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm being so cautious with my very precarious iPad today. It's been giving me grief, so I apologize for those of you who got knocked off and got to see my roof or ceiling for a little bit. So I'll start off with my the library meeting. The request came to continue the program of Chromebooks and Smart Hubs. And the board agreed to continue to fund this, but the library will also be looking for sponsorships. These are really important. The Chromebooks are accessed through the Library of Things, which is a fantastic program of all kinds of fun stuff, as well as things like Chromebooks and Smart Hubs. The Smart Hubs are they can be signed out, and they're a virtual or a borrowed Wi-Fi network, if you will. So a family that maybe doesn't have Wi-Fi or an event that doesn't have Wi-Fi can borrow one of these Smart Hubs and have it as their Wi-Fi source. So that program is going to be continued. This is important because it's the kind of thing that is really core to one of the library's values, which is inclusion and equitable access. There are 800 students in Grande Prairie who are unable to, they don't have the option to work from home at their schoolwork, for example, because they don't have access to a computer or a laptop or anything like that. So the Chromebook will allow them to be able to do some of that work at home, as well as the Smart Hub. And also for people who are either entering or sort of reconnecting with the workplace and don't have the tools at home, they can access and bring these out of the library. So that's exciting. The library is working on their budget prep for 2022, and they'll have that to the city. I think the request date was for April 30th. It's interesting to note that our library, among similar-sized cities, is actually the lowest funded. And I asked as a matter of follow-up that line graph be prepared for me to kind of show the gap. And we've gotten closer over the years, but we've stayed significantly lower than similar-sized cities. And I thought that was really interesting to note when we saw the reopening of the library this past week. And on the day that the library was allowed to open its doors again, even at reduced occupancy, they saw over 400 patrons through the door. And I'm not sure that there is another resource in our community that would have that level of attendance on the first day back open. So let's remember that when we're thinking about what the budget, about the budget approval going forward. Also, the planning committee at the library is continuing to work on edits for the occupancy agreement. They are in a city-owned building, and it is by agreement, so that's going to be developed. And April 6th, 3D printing begins at the library. So I know, right? Councillor Bressie is very excited. I'm very excited. So we can look forward to that, and it'll be you upload your project or whatever, or wait for it to get printed and that sort of fun thing. So that was the library update. In terms of other things that I did over the couple of weeks, it's fun to be getting a little busier again. I think we're all really used to the idea of now doing events virtually that we maybe hadn't done for the past year. And it was great to attend the Northwest Alberta Sport Excellence Awards, the Neighborhood Associations forums. I also attended an AHS community conversation regarding COVID-19, and a lot of the conversation around there, it was incredibly well attended. I think there were, I didn't even go through all the screens, but I saw easily about 40 or 60 people at this event. And a lot of the questions actually revolved around the vaccine access. So I'm pleased to know that more doses are coming, and more people are able now to, as we move into the next stage of who's allowed to get the vaccine or who's queued up for it. So, and I just wanted to mention one last thing that hadn't, and the Regional Economic Development Summit as well that Smith got us into, that I was able to attend one of the days of those. But the International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination, I attended yesterday, and the panelists were excellent. There were 4 panelists and one who was unable to attend that would have been great to hear as well. But Ali Al-Assadi from GPRC, Angela Sutherland from our own CSD, Rivas, who used to live here in Grande Prairie, and Solomon Okifo, I believe, who is a pastor here in the community. And it was very good to hear and ask questions of these individuals who have, both in their work and in their personal lives, experienced the impacts of discrimination, and had a lot of good insight in how we need to move forward to really remove not only the things that we know we're biased and are problematic, that we're biased about and that are problematic, but also the things that we aren't really aware of, those unconscious biases. So that was my couple of weeks. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Friesen. Councillor Thiessen.
Oh, I had stuff to talk about. Now, I guess I'll just give you my committee updates. I had the CAB meeting, Community Advisory Board on Housing and Homelessness, took place last Thursday on the 18th. Right off the top of the bat, we had a presentation on the 10-year review of the Housing First program, as well as our point-in-time count and what is to be coming up. So I'll just touch a bit on the Housing First review. Part of what we've learned over the past year, especially due to COVID, is that 81% of all of our overdoses that happened in the year 2020 were all stably housed people. So that's something that I think our opioid task force already knew about, but how do we address that is the other key. Also, 63% of people utilizing the Housing First program have 2 or more chronic health conditions. That could be mental health, that could be physical ailments, or whatnot. And then here was a staggering stat that I learned. Over 10 years of the Housing First program, 654 dependents under the age of 18 were involved in the Housing First program. So that averages about, over 10 years of math is pretty easy, about 65 youth per year enter into homelessness in the city of Grande Prairie. And the shocking thing is this list does not include stats collected at the Sunrise House or at Serenity Place at the Odyssey House, where there's women and their children staying there too. So these are unique individuals that haven't gone into the homeless shelter or into Serenity Place. So definitely an eye-opener for CAB, eye-opener for me. I didn't know that our homelessness amongst youth was hitting about 65 a year. And largely, these are all hidden homeless people. A lot of them are staying on people's couches, friends' couches, or, just happen to be at the right place, right time where we are able to document that. Now, of these stats, of all persons experiencing homelessness who have been served through the Housing First program, 43% lived with an Indigenous single female parent. So again, another stat of overrepresentation that we have in our community about who's really impacted by housing and homelessness. So definitely something that I think our housing plan should address, how we get those places for youth and how we better serve our First Nations community. As for the point-in-time count, just a quick review. In 2018 was the last time we did our point-in-time count. Of that, some cool stats came out. 46% of people who responded were new to the city of Grande Prairie and experiencing homelessness. 36% had been living in Grande Prairie for 10 or more years. Of the 46% of respondents who were new, 43% of those people, so almost 50%, came for services that they couldn't get in outlying communities. and 56% of all total respondents said that they experienced homelessness as a youth. So again, that 654 is a big thing. Now, I know council likes to volunteer for the point in time counts. This year, point in time count will be happening on April 20th. Going a bit different, though, there will be no volunteers being utilized. It's just be the service organization. So anybody who's looking forward to pound the pavement, we just won't have that opportunity this year. Quick couple extra notes. We've seen a homelessness decline since November. So in November, we had 177 people experiencing homelessness. As of February, it was 148. And of those people, COVID impacted a few of them. 171 hotel isolations were seen for over the year 2020 and updating into 2021. And 68 of those 171 hotel isolations were COVID positive. Finally, we had a big discussion on the rapid rehousing dollars that was initiated by the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation through the Government of Canada. It was $1 billion fund that was meant to, get people in housing. Unfortunately, of the $1 billion, that program was oversubscribed, and most of the money actually went to housing projects in the large cities such as Edmonton, Calgary, Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, et cetera, leaving out the mid-sized cities such as ourselves. There's discussion at the meeting to start a letter writing campaign. I do have a form letter that I can send out to council. We were going to make it part of this meeting, but then we had our update from our federal representative on the cab, Jackie Wallace, and she said that because the program was oversubscribed earlier in the week, another almost $300 million was added to that program. So hopefully that'll mean housing projects in Grande Prairie. To anyone who watches these council meetings religiously, the Anhart group, the social profit group that came in looking to get city support for housing projects, both of their projects were denied, and they have since pulled out of land investments in the city. So that's all I have. I really enjoyed this past week. International Day for Ending Racial Discrimination, the Regional Economic Forum, and the Neighborhood Association meetings. Other than that, it's been a glorious week. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Blackburn.
Well, we've listened to some very exciting reports, and I'm afraid to say that I can't contribute to that. I had no external committee responsibilities this time around, and I've had no roundtable stuff to pass along today. So that ends my report.
Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. I think I saw you in attendance at the Grande Prairie Sport Council Awards ceremony, so thank you for joining us on that.
Yes, that was a pleasure to watch.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just wanted to give an update from the storm. The Alberta 50-50 is happening, and the storm is part of it. So hopefully it brings some funding for the team. Some good news, the home games are now being televised live on TELUS Optic TV. There's been some glitches, but it's a cool way for people to watch the game. It's across Western Canada, and actually is exciting because it could open up some really good opportunities for how the storm could market. Because now they can start doing live streams with their Facebook as well, so there could be hits of the game, there could be all kinds of fun marketing events for them to try to sell other sponsorship on, so it's a good one for them. Currently, the boys are 4-3-1, so they're off to a decent start. And this weekend, they're on the road to Drake Valley and Whitecourt. So hopefully they have some success and keep climbing above that 500 mark. Most of the events that I participated in has been mentioned. The only other thing that I guess I was part of was I was enrolled in an elected officials course on council's role in service delivery. So it was nice to just hear from some peers around the province of some of the challenges they're going through, but also some of the adversity that they've started to see, and just some of the ideas that were coming out were nice to hear. So that's my report.
Thanks, Councillor Plott. Most of the things that I attended have been mentioned. I did, on behalf of council, attend a call with the mid-sized city mayors with the Alberta Electric System Operator, which was a discussion on a tariff design in regards to wood and fiber producers and what the impacts will be with that. I also attended the regional recreation conversations and the regional economic development conversations. There was one more I wanted to identify. I attended the city of Wetaskiwin, the city and the county of Wetaskiwin, state of Wetaskiwin address over a lunch hour. One of my fellow mayors had invited me to call in for that, and I did. It was good information, and some of it actually was relevant to the regional economic conversation that we had earlier in the week. So I enjoyed that. And then the last item I wanted to mention was yesterday, previously mentioned by Councillor Thiessen and Councillor Friesen. I brought greetings on behalf of Council to the International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination. But I just want to give a quick shout out to our city administration, in particular Angela and Blair did a great job Blair did a great job in facilitating, and Angela was a great, Sutherland was a great spokesperson. So thank you to them and kudos to them for the great work that they did with that event yesterday. With that, I have nothing further. So meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks all. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take care, guys. Great, ladies.
Thank you.